you guys. Good morning. We're gonna do, I think, channel points today. So all of you who have been denied using your channel points for a few days, we will be using channel points today, and I'll be reading subscribers. So that's what we're gonna be doing today. Because I realize there are some of you that are followers, but you watch very often, and I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to be able to use your points. So that's what we'll be doing today. If we don't have anybody in the queue or we don't have anybody to read, I'll just start painting. So that's kind of what I thought we would do today. I did have my breakfast, so I'm feeling pretty good. I did sleep quite well last night, so I'm feeling very rejuvenated and very refreshed. So, hey Jinkies, welcome in, dear. Welcome back. How you doing? How you doing? Feeling pretty good today. Did everyone else get really nicely rested? I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. I'm gonna grab my paint because I don't see you have the same dark gray blanket. This one has etching. Jinkies. This one has like the I don't know, would you call it Native American? Southwest? Like, you know, the Southwest etching patterns? That's what it has on it. Southwest seems to be pretty accurate in my mind, my mind's eye. No tassels, no. This one, it has tassels though. This is blue, if that's the one you're talking about. This one. That one's blue. And that one does have tassels. So maybe that's what you were talking about. Perhaps. I'm gonna move over some of our stuff. My desk is already a hot mess in my small space. What happened to the cat cam? We're actually in a new room. I moved state, Jinkies, so I'm not in the same house, and I'm not in the same state, so I don't have the same setup. But usually she sleeps on the bed. Usually she sleeps on the corner of the bed, and you guys can see her just fine. So she's just not sleeping right now. She's actually napping in the bathtub. To be totally honest. She's napping in the bathtub. She loves the bathtub. When I'm in the bath, sometimes she will, especially if I have mint in the bath, so if I put like mint tea bags in the bath, she will jump in with me. She'll try to jump in with me. I'm like, oh God, it's hot water. Don't do that. She's made that mistake twice. I'm doing channel points today, timidly. Channel points today. If you are subscribed and you would like a reading, just let me know and I will do one for you. But other than that, we're going to use channel points today. So if you guys have your channel points from last night from watching, you guys can use channel points today. I thought it would be nice to have people who are following use their points to get a reading. It might be easier for followers. So I thought today that would be a good way to do it. Hey Emma, welcome in, dear. Is yours all well, Chupacabra? You're trying to be creative today, but it feels a bit messy. I know how that feels. I'm in a tiny space now. Oh, good morning, Emma. You nap in the bathtub too, Jinkies? Sometimes I feel like I do, because I'm in there for so long. You hope everyone is doing well. We are, I feel. We are doing well, I feel. Nice and rested. I got my English breakfast tea here. I actually got, I did another stop in for picking up some stuff from the house. I have one more trip to make to the house. I have a chest of drawers, not really a chest of drawers, like a hope chest? You would call it a hope chest? I have a hope chest still at the house that can't fit in my car when there's other stuff in it, my car. So I have to go back to specifically get the hope chest. But it was my great grandma's hope chest, so. You joined the stream by accident? That's right, you're forgiven. So there is no queue. We are using points today. If you are a subscriber, you can just ask for a reading. Hey little bro, welcome back, hon. How are you? Hope everyone is well. I think we are doing good today. You can't wait for the bubblegum on Friday? I feel like now that my life has kind of calmed, I can actually join again. Right, subscribers don't need points. Nope, not for reads today. You guys can just ask. You always join by accident, though. How is it an accident? I got the notification, and I tried to swipe it away, but I accidentally clicked on it. That's what I'm picking up. Hey, Miss Moonfae, welcome in, huh? Yeah, so if you are subscribed, you can just ask for a reading. If you're not subscribed, it's okay. You can use your channel points. Welcome in, dear. Glad to see you. Otherwise, I'm gonna paint. If nobody wants any readings, that's fine. I'll just paint. Because there's still a lot more I have to do with this piece in particular. This was the one that has the, this piece here is the painting that has the black oil paint background that I'm painting acrylic on top of. So it makes it really light and misty with its colors. But I kind of paint layer over layer over layer over layer over layer over layer, lots of layers. Layer, 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 to build up the color intensity. So that's what I've been working on. It's taking a while. I wasn't sure. I didn't realize that oil paint would be hard, not necessarily hard, would be very meticulous to work with. I didn't think that, I don't know, This painting was supposed to be a Bob Ross speed painting, but with all the chaos that life kind of happened and brought, we didn't get to that. So I had a black canvas and I was like, I want to use it, but now I don't have any oils at all. So I kind of paused on the Bob Ross thing because I just don't have any more oils. And they're really pricey. They're really pricey paints. You do think it's gorgeous. Paint, 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 paint. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Hey, Brother Prophet. Welcome back. How are you, dear? Yeah, so that's probably what we'll do today. That's the goal, anyway. I did mark my, some of my paintings, my commissions as complete. So I have this one and then I have another one. So I have two painting commissions right now. You see an alien in it, Miss Moonfade? That's interesting. That might not be what's intended though. Maybe it's intended to be interpreted by all in its own way. So, you would be correct because you're interpreting it. Timidly Witchy, thank you so much for your subscription, hon. I appreciate you very much. So if you guys are subscribed, you can just ask for a reading today. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You can just use channel points. Whenever you have them, you can use them. I'm not having people really line up today. Doreen, you're gonna work while listening to my peaceful voice. Aw, that's so sweet. You still can't believe what happened today, Dino, with the owl? With the owl. Oh gosh, that was really great. That was really great. I'm feeling really good today, brother. I am feeling really good today. I'm drinking my English breakfast tea. I have more. Some people are like, does she drink from the same teacup every day? Yes, for now I do. But I do have multiple teacups. I'm just starting to unpack them all. Believe it or not, it takes a long time to unpack stuff, especially in a tiny space, and you're trying to figure out where everything goes. Interpretation of the eye of the beholder. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. Yes. So, Timidly Witchy, what would you like your question to be, dear? I'll tell you when you're older. Oh my gosh. Oracle deck you're making right now. Will I be able to publish it successfully? Oracle deck. Success on an Oracle deck. Let's do positive or negative. You don't see an alien, Dorian? You don't? Nowhere? You don't see it anywhere? Ugh. Aw, brother. You could be red next, dear. I'm letting subscribers just tell me today, and then followers can use their points today. Oracle deck. Success of the Oracle deck. Ooh. They're saying the first card is the Chariot, so they're saying this Chariot energy has multiple layers to it, but let's see what the other cards are. Are you sleepy? Hey, Chosen One, welcome back. Welcome back. You think nails? It's gonna take a lot of, okay, thank you. They want me to just lay out all the cards first. Ooh. Have you made a lot of progress, Timidly? I feel like maybe this is something you've started, but you're not like really far along. Like it's not like a concept in your mind, like you have started work on it, but you haven't got far enough along to really see like a final outcome, or even like, you know how sometimes you get the ball rolling and then you put a lot of work and effort into it, but then eventually you've already gained momentum, so the ball kind of starts rolling itself down the hill. I feel like you haven't got to the point where, maybe even halfway through, so the momentum is still, you're still having to put a lot of energy into the momentum, basically. Bless you, sweetheart. Hey, Young Kings. Hi, dear. Welcome in. 55 cards so far. Still working on all the artwork. Yeah. Wow. Holy crap. Whoa. That knocked my paintbrush over. more cards. 2 more cards. Those jumping cards though, yeah, they like to jump. Yeah, that's what it's saying, that you're adding more symbolism. That's what the science card was saying. That's what the that's what the science card was saying. Oh, thank you. So this is energy that is talking about your progression and kind of where you're at. Let's do a positive and negative cut. Okay, thank you. They're saying the only negative energy that you're throwing at the deck is the fact that you're worried about it. So please stop. I drew a positive or negative success card, and the worry card comes out. So what I'm picking up on from that is that the only negative energy that's in this reading is your worry, which I don't think surprises you. So, hey Pumpkin, welcome in. This first card, it was the Chariot, so I feel like this is about making steady progress and using what energy you have when it's available to make a step equal to your current energy level. Like this is almost saying, don't rush yourself. Don't rush yourself. The Strength card is kind of confirming that, saying when you feel you have the strength and the energy to really push forward, go ahead and do so. But other than that, don't overextend yourself. The Science card was basically saying that you are working on meticulousness and symbology of the deck. Prudence is talking about balance. So with this, I feel like they're trying to say, if this becomes too labor intensive for you, balance out with some artwork. Balance how you're working with the deck. Don't do all of one type of task and then jump over and do all of another type of task. It's going to drain you. The Hanged Man is saying you need to take breaks every now and then. And also it's talking about new perspectives as well. Maybe start creating, ooh, interesting. Maybe start creating your own messages naturally in the deck instead of being really stark about how other people obtain messages and symbols. Maybe expand your viewpoint a bit and bring your own knowledge into the deck. Your own unique knowledge is what they're saying. I do feel like with the Hierophant, this is basically a magical being that has lots of different energies coming together. So I feel like this deck is going to hold that same like kind of energy. Like it's a deck that's going to bring lots of pieces of you together. And the only negative card is the Worry card, but that's just your energy that you're throwing at it. So they want you to not worry and just continue to expand yourself and the deck. Expand yourself and the deck. Poor Doreen. Yeah, I do have lots of jumping cards. Oh, you're excited for the Oracle deck? I think you should put some interesting, they were saying your own unique messages, like your own unique symbols. Do you write your own runes? I saw there was runes on your Instagram. I wonder if you write your own runes. I don't know why I decided to ask that, but I did. You've become a reading junkie, Prophet, have you? Do you want your reading now, dear? You're welcome, you're welcome. I do think we're going to be adding more purple and some blue. This needs blue, so we'll be adding more blue. provide your question. They're saying, they were saying, timidly witchy, that there's very specific messages and imagery that you understand. Maybe it's directly correlated to you. They're inviting you to use your own special insight, basically, is what they're talking about. Make it uniquely you. Because someone else could interpret those more, not really obscure, but it leaves open for interpretation that people might be afraid to do. Hey, how are you? Hey, Maureen. Welcome in. Random messages about love? You can get a reading card. You just have to use channel points today, dear. Or subscribe. Channel points don't cost you anything, though. You just have to hang out for a minute. In little pill bottles, did you, timidly? Aw. Yeah. They want you to add your flair to it. Random messages about love. What deck do we want to use? Oh, the Dream. I have put a love oracle deck on my wish list. Because I think it would be nice to have specific cards for some of these things. But we'll use what we have. So I'm feeling like the Dream Goddess Oracle is going to be the best for that kind of question. You think it's so fast it becomes unstable? Maybe. Do you? Under your pillow every night? Aw. So you give it kind of your dreams, your dream energy. Sorry, the dog's playing with his toy. Guess it's good that he's having fun. All right. Random messages about love. Love messages. Sorry, no big deal. Love message for brother, please. Thank you. What kind of love messages do we need for brother? What kind of love messages do we need for brother? Ooh, thank you. One more? Do we have one more in here? Do you like the painting? Yeah, it's galactic. Dino, I can do you after this one, okay, dear? I don't have a queue today because I didn't want people... I guess I could just tell followers they have to use points, but... I've been painting since college. I painted a bit in high school, and then I took a break because I decided maybe... How do I want to say this? You know how sometimes you get grown up and you're like, that's painting, you know, you get grown up and bitter. You decide painting's not for you and you won't make any money at it, so then you quit and you do the adult responsible thing. I did that for a while, And then recently, within the last year and a half, I brought painting back into my life, which I started doing on Twitch, and I've been here ever since. This is my job, by the way. This is my job. I am a full-time painter, card reader, and Twitch content creator. Self-employed. Thanks to the lovely generosity of all the beautiful people around me who believe in what I'm doing. You just became an adult. Yeah. You understand what I mean then. Alright, brother. So this is saying carrying your free spirit with you on a daily basis. Reminding yourself that how your world is built is in your hands. Your own little world you create with your own plan and intention every day. So this is about going out and creating, create many adventures for yourself every day to open your heart to be that free spirit. You got two very strong, like, path and purpose, like life purpose and your path. These are almost the same energies. So I'm feeling like they're reminding you to really follow your purpose and follow your own path, because that's how you're going to find the right people, right? In regards to love. If you're already creating your world in a beautiful way with your free spirit, you're focused on your life purpose and your path, then you're only maybe missing one piece of the puzzle, right? So they want you to continue down this road and start laying an intention for this is almost like laying down the intention for what you're going to start manifesting. Maybe even in conjunction with this, like maybe you want a partner who's going to match you with your purpose and match you with your path. Yes. Make that your intention. That way you don't have to not really sacrifice, but sacrifice for these things for the person. They're kind of reminding you to be the free spirit, because that's going to keep your vibe up, and then set the intention that your match is going to also match your life purpose and your path. Like they maybe don't have to do the exact same thing as you, but they're not going to be interfering, right? And that's what they're saying. Start working on that intention. Start working on that intention. So hopefully that was helpful. Dino, would I be a good astronaut? You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. No sacrifices for brother. Brother doesn't need to sacrifice. Alright. Astronaut. Dino. Is astronauting like your secret passion? This is gonna surprise you, Dino. Messages do we want to give for Dino about being an astronaut? Maybe you recently found a potential to do it, like a way for that to actually happen. 2 more cards, please. partner, do you know? This is, the last two cards are saying a partner's not gonna like you doing it. They're saying a partner does not like you doing it. Is the last, like it causes issues with your partner. The victory card comes out first. So that kind of says yes, absolutely. The Prince of Discs also comes out, which is funny because he's actually on a bull, like riding a bull. Which could very much be interpreted as some type of craft. I feel like navigation is coming through. Like maybe you navigated, you were the navigator, or you would be good at navigating. Navigation is the word that came through when I really studied this card. They are saying with this adjustment card that there either was or will be or is some life patterns that you live that you would either had to have made adjustments to, or need to make adjustments to, or will have to make adjustments to make it easier for you. Like, I feel like this card is basically saying some of your life habits, like maybe you sleep in, this is just an example, you sleep in super late and you stay up super late, but the opportunities happen in the morning. So you would have to then, if you really want it, make an adjustment to becoming more of a morning person. That's what this card is kind of saying, like life correlations, or not constructs, life constructs you have or would have or will have to manipulate to make it work in your favor. This is like on your part. Like these are like personal habits. The Power card comes up to say that basically an institution is what I get from here. Like an institution is part of the process for you to become, or had become, or will become. Like some type of institution is providing, or had provided, or will provide some type of avenue for you to be able to do that. Like this institution provided the opportunity, but they also hold the power of how you do, like how you may continue to do this, or if you continue to do this. I do feel like though with the Lovers card and the Strife card coming out that this will either cause romantic like issues with your partner, or it did cause issues with your partner. Maybe your partner wanted you to stay home more often, but this was your dream, so it caused some strife and some issues. Or this will be for the future. Maybe you do end up taking a rare opportunity, you know, to go on some type of shuttle mission, right? They start doing that now. They send teachers out in space, so you never know. Maybe you could, you know? But I do feel like this is it has potential to cause strife. But the Victory card came out first, so this is definitely a possibility. It's just you'll have to find the right institution and the right opportunity to allow you to do it. But they are talking about navigating, being a navigator in specific, or help with navigating. But there are some personal constructs in your life, the way that you've built your lifestyle, that will have to change quite drastically, which is why the Adjustment card is coming out. I felt like a lot of that energy was past, could be present, and could also be future, Dino. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I kept specifying all three of them, because it honestly felt like all of them, if that makes sense, which is why I kept saying it. So maybe you've done something similar in a past life, or like, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. And it's like coming back around. It felt like all three types of time and energy. You would not be surprised if your partner in 10 years is against me going for a little spacewalk. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. I would not be surprised either. Did anyone else? Did any other subscribers want to? So if you're a follower, hi puppy. You can use your points today. If you're subscribed, you can just ask for a reading. I'm not making a technical cue today. Otherwise, we'll be painting. Hey, Latorio, welcome in, dear. Glad to have you. How are you doing today? I don't normally read energies like that, but it felt necessary. Or this sort of specific. My cat, she's just sitting on the floor, having a nap. I'm gonna be watering down our blue. I want to make it darker though, but I guess it'll be darker as we go. Right? It'll be darker as we go. You're not feeling fantastic, to be honest. Really, Latorio, dear? With the streams, it's all good. What do you need today, Latorio, dear? Is there something you need? Maybe just to get away for a minute, right? Maybe that's it. Sometimes. I'm kind of adding some lighter blue into our painting here, kind of sporadically, just to brighten up some of the dark spaces, just a tiny bit. They don't need to be like super highlighted, but I do feel like a little bit of brighter blue will go a long way in breaking up some of the really heavy darkness going on in our painting, because the background is quite dark. And welcome to the treehouse, hon. I appreciate you. It's a beautiful painting. Yeah, I'll show you close up. I'm working on the galaxy right now. And so I'm going in now, you can see over here, I'm adding brighter blues to break up how heavy the dark is, basically. Just to break it up a bit. So, slow progress. This is a slow buildup of color. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon too, Latorio dear. Sometimes you just need to be able to admit openly that you're not okay, and sometimes that's all that you need to do, right? Sometimes. So yeah, this is a slow buildup of color with our painting. Which is going to be nice for us. I do like how the red works in this one too. Oh man, it works so nice. It works so nice. The red does. It adds a nice deepness to our painting. A nice depth, the red does. I always get, when I get closer to completing a painting, I kind of I can go into like overdrive with it and like really get absorbed in like its completion. Like once I got so far into our like space chakra painting, the other one I've been working on, I really went kind of all crazy and just bam, just like got it done. Just got it done. So this one I feel is to complete. I've kind of sent an email to the person that commissioned me to do it, and I'm waiting for their finalization on if they want to change anything or add anything, you know, kind of. But that one will most likely be finished unless they decide otherwise. The face that you saw has blue hair. Really? It's so refreshing to look at. Aw, thank you, sweet disaster dear. The face that you saw has blue hair. In the painting? Doreen? In the painting you saw blue hair? Yes? Where? You mean this? You mean this part? I'm just like super curious now. Hi, baby. You want to lay on the bed? I'm talking to my cat. Honey, you want to lay on the bed? Take a nap? I think she wants to watch the birds in the window. You want all the blue light? Oh, I haven't turned on the blue light. I still have my blue light bulbs, but I don't have, how do I say this? I don't have them plugged in. Like, I'd have to put it into my fan, my ceiling fan. I'd have to put the blue light into the ceiling fan. And I don't currently have a way to do that at the moment. Like, I can't reach. I'm a short person. So I'll have to figure out a way. I could ask for help. But I'm really bad at doing that. I like to do stuff on my own. You mean the blue light on the painting? Oh, yeah. Yeah. since we've had the blue light bulbs. But yes, I'm adding the blue light right now on the canvas. Kind of just tapping at the moment, tapping our color in to the space. Trying to not be too particular, right? Sometimes when we're too particular, that's how things end up not looking organic. So to make organic shapes, just let go a little bit more and be a bit more flexible. You want a nice organic looking shape? Get messy. Get messy. Hey Crazy Bro, how are you, hun? I hope you're doing well. I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you. Maybe we should move to art. If you are subscribed to the channel I mentioned, you can ask for a reading. I'm not going to have a queue really today. Or you can use your channel points. If you're following, you can just use channel points. I'm going to move us to art though, since now we're kind of gone. Done. So much easier. So much easier to do that. I hope you're doing fine, Crazy Bro. Lots of rest to be had last night, maybe. Lots of nice, calm rest. Some extra sleep, maybe. Nice. The blue is definitely a nice touch. Oh, channel points, Mullen. Channel points. It's channel points. You're welcome. You're so poor on points. No, you have to do, those are loyalty points, which I don't have anything in the loyalty points store right now to use. But they're the channel points. They're the amethyst. You can use your amethyst today. Yeah, channel points under the chat bar. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Crazy Bro. Yeah, that's how it works. Kind of just going in and playing around, really adding some highlights by going back over the space with the blue again where the blue had already been laying. So kind of laying highlights in by throwing the color back in on top of itself. How much do you need to redeem? It depends, Mullen. It depends. All the points are different. All of the redemptions are different depending on how many points you have. It won't let you redeem the point things that you don't have points for. That's kind of the handy thing, is it automatically knows if you have enough points for it. it's automatically kind of keeping track. I definitely like the mixing of the blue, for sure. Yeah, Doreen, if you want, you can. Yeah, I'll let you give points. Yeah, you guys can gift points to other people. I'm totally okay with that. Just when you go to redeem, just put who it's for in the message. I'm okay with that. You guys don't want to use your points on yourself. You click on the points and then you see what options you have if you have enough points. Exactly, Crazy Bro, yeah. It will show you. Of course, I'm very flexible. People give subs and I move people over into the sub queue. So, yeah, I'm very flexible. I'm very much for giving if you have the ability to give, right? Like maybe somebody else obviously got what they needed, but they have a bit of extra. And I definitely am going to support those that want to help share, right? Help spread and share the extra. Certainly, certainly. What kind of a medium? I usually do 6. Doreen, you're so sweet. Yeah, we can do that for Mao. What kind of medium? That fits for the title of our stream today. Sharing your divine gifts. Practicing your divine gifts. Are you... I always want to say you can always choose what you want to grow within yourself, right? You can always choose what you want to focus your energy on and what you want to expand within your skill set. This is a very broad truth, right? Same thing. I can focus on painting, or I could focus my energy on drawing. It's just I have an opportunity to choose what I want to put my time and energy into. I choose painting, so then I grow that within myself, right? It's the same thing. So maybe you want to know which ones you're more naturally adept to. Maybe you're just starting to really want to look into this. And so as a starting point, you're wondering which you already kind of have a natural ability to. So I usually do 6 cards. 6 cards. Which deck do we want to use though? Dream Goddess, maybe. We want to do for medium. We're gonna do 3 Thoth and 3 Dream Goddess. What kind of gifts is Mao naturally good at. They're talking about energy, like empathic abilities. And the victory card jumps out as I say that. So yeah, empathic abilities, being able to feel energy and emotion. Emotion of the other side as well. So maybe when you dream, you have intense emotional responses to dreams. Yep, 2 more cards. Card 2. Friendship abilities or magic. Wow, holy cow. You really pick up on the like almost like, how do I say this? Almost like romantic intentions of other people towards you, but also other people just in specific is what this is talking about. Like I feel like if you were to date someone, you would notice red flags really fast. Now whether or not you listen, you know, is something that you grow to respect, right? Whether or not you listen is something totally different, but I feel like you notice red flags, specifically in relationships and other relationships of other people, in your own and other people. Let me do some oracles. And maybe that is because you do read the emotions so well. So like maybe somebody will tell you, no, I'm totally telling the truth, but you feel that's not accurate because you can, their energy is saying something different. I feel like we're gonna get 2 oracles. Thank you. Thank you. You're a peacekeeper. That's what the last card says. You're a keeper of the peace because you can see everyone's energy really well. And you can read it, and you can read their intentions. You're like a peacekeeper, is what this is saying. The inspiration card comes out to have you remember why you want to maybe start developing more of these gifts that you have. What's the inspiration behind it? What is your, I almost want to say intention as well, behind it? The inspiration needs to be really gold and really large and really extravagant and really powerful for you to continue to move forward. This can't be, basically this can't be, it would be fun. No. You need something deeper than that because you are just starting the process. You are just starting the process. And there's a lot of work that comes with this. So you're going to be growing, which means it's a journey. So you're going to need lots of inspiration to continually continue the journey. The Serenity card came out to say that you are the peace bringer. You understand all sides of stories, right? You can understand where everyone is kind of coming from. And so you are kind of like a mediator with that, is what this card is saying. You bring people together who might have different viewpoints and vantage points than you. You understand this person's viewpoint and this person's viewpoint. They might not communicate well with each other to understand, but you are like the bridge for, this almost has like a counselor type feel. You are the bridge who helps communicate a bit better so that there is understanding and serenity within relationships of people. You do read Tarot Mount? Hey, like scarecrows. Welcome to the treehouse, dear. Thank you for your follow. I feel like specifically, I almost feel like this feels like very much relationships, like lovers type of relationships. I feel like you're going to be a counselor to relationships. Is your natural gravitation. And there's lots of success here with the success card. And you got two success cards. You got victory and success. So I feel like that's your natural ability. So grow that, and after you start developing that to a certain degree, you will be able to expand. But we were asking for what your natural ability is. That's definitely what your natural ability is. Maybe you kind of already do that with your friends. Like maybe your friends come to you already with relationship issues, and then you already aid them without really the need of any tools. But if you are saying you feel good at tarot, yeah, you could be like a love tarot specialist maybe. That's definitely what I would grow. That's definitely what I would grow for you, Ma. Thanks. You're welcome, like scarecrows. Welcome in. Dino, you made me laugh accidentally, so I blew out my candle. What? How did Dino make you laugh? Oh, I see. Because Dino asked. Sometimes I see people asking big, super deep questions, and I'm over here like, am I a good astronaut? We need all kinds of people, Dino. Sometimes it is just for fun, and that's okay, right, Dino? Sometimes it is just for fun, and that's totally okay. That's totally okay. Now, where did I put my paintbrush? Oh, I put it back in the jar. If you choose to develop like seeing people in spirits, would I be successful at it? I think you have to start at the beginning first. Start by growing your natural ability, and if you want to expand beyond that, then you'll have to put the work into it. But I feel like you're just starting, so you need to, I'm kind of refusing to push you beyond that because you're just beginning, and you need to at least start somewhere. So start there, and then you can expand as you expand naturally. Because sometimes we just want to see things because it's cool, or we think it's cool, but then we get so caught up on how difficult it can be, and sometimes that's not our path, and we get so caught up on it that we get frustrated and we decide to quit before we even really start, and that's not something that I want for you. So that's why we picked out your natural affinity, basically. Do I prefer? Aw, sweet disaster. It's okay. You had your period in a weird spot. It's okay though. Do I rather another person make my readings too? You mean, do I read for myself, Mom? Is that what you're asking? I do read for myself. Sometimes I let other people read for me. Like sometimes I'll go to another reader just because I like to show support. And I think that they do a good job. So I do support other readers, but I'm also capable of reading for myself. But sometimes even I'm a little biased. So sometimes there's a particular question that I'm like, I cannot be subjective about this particular question, so I need someone else to let someone else do this question. So yeah, I think we all kind of do that. Even as readers, I feel like we do that. Right? It's about knowing yourself and knowing your strengths. Like, I know myself enough to know when I'm being subjective and when I'm not. And when I need to maybe allow someone else to aid me, and when maybe I'm okay with not allowing that. It's just about knowing yourself and what's best for you, you know? Knowing yourself and what's best for you. You were saying that everyone develops different psychic gifts. That's kind of what I was getting at, Sweet Disaster, yeah. And sometimes we gain are the gifts that the guides choose to give us. And sometimes it's what we are naturally gifted at, right? So like the stream today is talking about, I made the title, what was it? Expand or recognize or use, grow your own divine gifts, right? Sometimes what we think is gifts, sometimes we have a perception on our gifts aren't already the best because we want to be like someone else, right? I want to be like this person who has this particular gift, but then we're dropping and denying who we are and our natural affinity for other types of gifts. If we all were doing the same work and providing the same gift and service to the world, we wouldn't be making much progress, right? We need all kinds of people with different kinds of gifts. And this is just very general. We need the scientists to be really good at doing scientific studies and logical theories. We need those type of people. If they thought that they weren't doing well enough because they weren't doing tarot, like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So it's about knowing yourself and your own gifts and growing those and growing them to the point where you want to be able to share them with the world. That way you can kind of help others see through your own individuality how maybe their own gifts could be extra special, right? If we see lots of people in the public eye doing the same thing, it becomes hard to accept ourselves. But if we see a lot of different people doing different gifts in the public eye, then each part of us can see a possibility for that for ourselves. Like, oh, this other person I saw grow this in their life, and it's beautiful. And I kind of have that feeling I need to do that too, maybe in a different way. You know what I'm trying to say? You'd rather someone else reads for you. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. Jellyfish in Space Ultimate. It does kind of look like it, doesn't it? Space jellyfish. It's a space dragon. You guys watch? I watched Solo? Han Solo? With the, you know, when they're trying to like jump, like time space jump, not jump, hyper jump. I'm so bad at the words. Light speed jump, thank you. They're trying to do that. And there's that little creature, not little, he's little in the scope of all of the universe, but he's not little in the scope of the Millennium Falcon. I was calling him Space Dragon. Maybe we should have him in there. In the background. Like he's barely visible. That might be kind of cool. The jellyfish alien? Yes. You were gonna make yourself get up and work timidly? Not enough energy, so you're gonna stay laying down. That's okay. Sometimes we need rest. Right? You got the hangman in your reading. Sometimes you need to rest. I could see that timidly, yeah, needing to trust yourself more. You'd love a reading, Miss Moonfae. You're bad at wording your questions. What advice is there for continuing to go down the creative path? So I will do Miss Moonfae first, since she's subscribed, and then Lord Torio, I can get your reading, dear. They amaze me, jellyfish. No brains, but still have a life. What do you think plants? Ultimate, what do you think plants do? What do you think bacteria does? What do you think rocks do? And water? It is kind of amazing, though. It's amazing the different forms that life can take, right? Who needs brain for life, says brother. Yeah. Hey, Tidal. You're listening, but you're just gonna lurk. That's okay. Thanks for lurking. I appreciate you. You love rocks. I do too. I collect rocks off the outside. I just collect them. This one looked like an obelisk. Like an old stone you would see. So I just grabbed it. I go on a walk and I bring stuff home. That's the truth. I go on a walk and I bring more stuff home. Alright, Miss Faye. What advice is there for continuing the creative path? Let's do 3 and 3. I feel like the Goddess Dream and the Thoth really want to come out today. Sometimes brains just complicate things, right, Pumpkin? Right? Does a rock have an existential crisis? That's what I want to know. Like humans do. Yeah, that's right. The world is just a reflection. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Oh, thank you. Life is so hard, says Rocks. Or maybe life is so soft because I'm so hard. Sorry. Life is so soft in comparison to me. Maybe they don't even realize what soft means. We're showing them what soft means simply by talking about it. Thank you. They're saying you need to take a break from it, Miss Moonfae. Maybe I should soften up, Latorio. Yeah. You guys are so silly. I love you guys so much. Everyone's just having a good old time. You wonder if you can ground with just a bucket of rocks? I wouldn't see why not. I think there is something specific about the earth, like the earth itself. And rocks are part of the earth, but connecting to the earth as the whole. So I would still say grounding would definitely be best with like putting your feet actually on the grass and in the dirt and on the sand and and maybe standing on the rocks with the brook, a nice babbling brook. Who needs industrial gyms when we have rocks? Ultimate. Yes, I like it. Oh, meteorites become part of the earth. I would say meteorites are definitely part of the earth. They just come from elsewhere and then make Earth their new home. Hey Ian Lee, welcome back, dear. How are you? I'm gonna get 3 cards. Creative Avenue. They do say, Miss Moonfae, you need to rest on it. Like, I feel like you get lots of ideas, and sometimes they're saying it's okay to sleep on it. Like maybe you get lots of ideas, and so you stress about how to instantly implement them because you don't want to, they're kind of inspired, and so you don't want to lose the momentum of that idea. But they're kind of saying when you do that, you actually don't let the idea fully settle in your mind for clarity. So they're saying when you get an idea, just write it down and then sleep on it. Go to sleep. Oops. Are you alive and kicking? Yes. Welcome to the treehouse, dear. You alive and kicking. I like it. Then you should be grateful, right? If you're alive and kicking, then you should be grateful. Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying they appreciate your enthusiasm for wanting to implement it straight away, but they're also saying take time to sleep on it, because when you automatically put your mind, when you get the idea and you automatically try to put your mind into implementation mode, it's actually not settling all the way in. And so they're saying take the inspiration and sleep on it. Really let it kind of come all the way in through your mind, basically. Do you want to carry energies for what we are, how it's working out for her? Energies, how it's working out. Thank you. Ooh, they're talking about lots of different projects. Are you trying to figure out how to implement lots of things together? Like how to make things cohesive? Yeah, cohesive unit. Is your, do you have a partner helping you? Like a boyfriend helping you, or a girlfriend helping you, or some type of partner helping you, and you're trying to figure out how to implement them as well? Happy to just live life you're content with, just as so. Aw, I'm glad. Ultimate. Do you believe that we made it all the way to the moon in the 60s? Well, I can barely get reception at certain places here on Earth. Why not? What harm is there? Are you kicking? What harm is there in believing or not believing in that? Who does that hurt? I don't know. What I normally like to say, are you alive and kicking, is, I don't know, I wasn't there. You can, Miss Umbra. But as soon as I'm done with this, I can do you, dear. I got one more card though in here. Yeah. This is definitely going to work in your favor. Hey, Oliver. Welcome to the treehouse. Glad to have you, dear. Glad to have you. All right. Hey, Car. Welcome back, dear. My goodness, goosebumps. Yeah. So this is saying bright future. Bright future. Magical future. That's what they're saying. Opportunity. I feel like if you do this resting, this Moon Lord is talking about sleeping on your inspirations. I feel like once you do that, you're going to gain clarity, and you're also going to see opportunities, new opportunities to use what you already have, is what the opportunity card is saying. It says expand your horizons. The Empress card was coming out to confirm that you have multiple projects that you're trying to blend together. Multiple energies, multiple tools, multiple projects that you're trying to blend together. Once I figured out there was a lot of blending energy and meshing and like coordinating energy, the Lovers card came out. So I feel like you are also trying to figure out how to incorporate your lover or your significant other into that as well. You don't want them to feel left out. You want to provide them in and balance them in multiple ways in what you're doing, right? You want to coordinate everything just so that everything's balanced. You don't want them to feel neglected. You want them to feel a part of what you're doing. And you're also wanting to, I feel like, make time for this and them at the same time. You want to be balanced. And they're basically confirming, the last card here is the Abundance card. They're basically confirming that you're on your way to achieve your abundance and what you're looking for. They just really want you to rest on your ideas. Write it down and rest on it. Study it the next day. Maybe even write it down and put it into your dream intentions. Like write it down before bed and say, I will gain clarity on this inspiration while I dream. Or when I wake up, I will be refreshed and I will know where to step forward with that idea and how to blend it with all of this. So this is saying you're in a really good spot. It's just you're making yourself overwhelmed because you're wanting to activate your inspirations before really letting them settle. So this is basically saying you'll feel more calm and more confident once you start doing this. So you're not in a bad spot. It's just you're overwhelming yourself by wanting to take action right away. That's why you feel like you have to ask for the reading, is because there's a lot going on and you feel unprepared. But they're saying you're not unprepared. It's just you're like running yourself ragged. So take time to rest on it. That's what they're saying. Miss Umbra, what's your question, hun? I'll do you next. You're welcome, Miss Moonfay, dear. Eagle is your favorite bird. Is it ultimate? Mm-hmm. Did you just come home from work, Car? Yes. Welcome back. Glad to have you. Hi, Wookie. I saw you pop in during the read, hon. I hope you're doing well, Wookie. So if you are subscribed, I'm letting you guys just ask for card readings. If you are a follower, then you can use your channel points. You want to know how you should be using them? So why don't you do it part-time, Miss Umbra? Why don't you have a job that takes care of your financial security so that you don't lose the joy of your passions? right? Because sometimes when we put pressure on our passions to perform a certain level, we kill them. And so Miss Umbra is saying, I don't want to kill my passion. So maybe you do this as a part-time thing, right? A poor Ultimate. We'll send you some calmness. Your poor neighbors. Hey, Dark Bandit, welcome in, dear. You feel like your passions are nature conservancy, and you've been getting into art. So how do you because we have to figure out how we make that into a service, right? If we want to be making our gifts palatable, not really palatable, but it's almost like service to others. Like through service to others, we gain a connection to the whole, and our gifts end up serving other people. And then through that, by serving other people, we're able to obtain abundance, either through our own good deeds or through monetary means or through just the fulfillment of helping other people, right? So yeah. I'm gonna do Miss Umbra and then Latorio, and then Wookie, you can do a rune. It's gonna be a minute because I got at least 2 readings before your rune. But yes, you can. And I'm gonna go into my manage requests. This is what I'm gonna do. Complete. For Mao. So Latorio and Wookie, you guys are in line for your channel point redemptions. Alright, let's go back over here. Yeah, for a service, Miss Umbra, yeah. How do we make it into a service? I feel like the Thoth deck wants to come out again. How do we turn Miss Umbra's passion into a service? Like I did streaming part-time for like basically a year before I quit my corporate job. So sometimes you do have to go part-time with it until it becomes more stable, right? So how does Miss Umbra turn the passions into a service? Oh, interesting. We're gonna do 3 Thoth and then 3 Goddess Dream. This is the 2 decks today. I think they're helping me not have to. These decks don't take as much energy. I think that's why. We're gonna do more reads and I use less energy, I feel. You haven't got the Thoth cards yet? Ooh, what one's that? Alright. These are interesting cards. We'll see what the whole message is when we get further. Options would be to do art stuff on the side in my own time or go back to school. Can you blend art and conservation together? Maybe, ooh, I just got the idea of sustainable art. Sustainable natural art. Ooh. Blending the 2 together. 2 more cards to draw. 2 more cards. One more card. Hey Dawson mate, welcome in dear, how are you? Wow, thank you so much. That was a good card. That was a good card. Here's your, I'll show you the deck, or the cards. If you did more art stuff, you would make it more sustainable, but you want to do more environmental side stuff. So your first 3 cards from the Thoth deck. Your first one is Magnus, which I always read this as a manifesting, like being a co-creator is how I always read this card basically. So this is, this is kind of saying, place yourself and remind yourself that you are a manifester. They're also saying you already have enough tools, so use what you have for now. They're saying you already have all the tools you need to do this. They're also saying knowledge. So maybe they don't want you to go to school right this very second. They're saying you already have all the tools and knowledge available to you to start making this work. They're saying the only blockage is this oppression, but I think it's an oppression that you carry forward change. And a little bit of other people. Like you will be shifting and other people won't understand the change. Hi Frisbee, welcome back. Monet didn't start painting until his 40s and got famous for it. Thank you, Ultimate, for sharing. Yes, this is never too late. It's always in your own time, basically. In your own time. So they're saying that's the only oppression, is the fact that there's going to be change. The Trust card oracle comes out. Trust in the process. Yeah, Polvex. Yeah. Trust in the process. This says all is as it should be. They're also talking about, as far as sustainability goes, they're talking about utilizing, again, they're talking about utilizing tools that are already available. So they're talking about using resources that are available at that time during the season. They're also actually talking about, your rabbit, Miss Umbra. They're talking about Umbra. Oh, to connect to your heart better. They're kind of like saying, use this and do an honor or remembrance for Umbra, so you can connect to your heart. It's okay. There needs to be some heart in this. I know, there needs to be some heart in this. So they're saying, why not give tribute in that way? Start there and notice how it makes you feel. And I think that will spark something for you. Because there's a level of heart that is missing. There's a depthness of heart that's missing. It's not that your heart's not in the right place. It's just there's a element of depth that needs to come through, and they're saying to let yourself experience that by doing that process. The Bravery card is coming out. It says, explore your wild inner places. Dawson, I feel like the truth is, with your question, tarot cards work according to how the reader works. So it's always going to be different. It's always going to be different. Oh, interesting. So, Miss Umbra, they're basically saying with this card here, you need to start talking to everybody. Not necessarily everybody, but you need to start telling people more of what you are wanting to create for yourself. You need to start speaking that out more. You need to be brave about speaking that out more, is what they're saying with this card. Why? Because once you kind of affirm it to yourself through that, once you start talking to other people about what it is you want to start manifesting, you tell your brain that it's true. Even if you have a hard time believing it right now, you are pretty much tricking your brain into believing it's true. So it's kind of a way of rewiring your brain. You're going to be affirming. They're saying you're going to be affirming through that method. It will feel weird at first, but then you'll start doing it so much that it won't feel weird anymore, and then it'll actually start working for you. And then that's when you open the doors for yourself. The Strength card is talking about, I don't think the Strength card actually is talking about strength. I mean, you'll need it for sure. That's kind of a given. This is talking about the ornaments, like decoration. Like, how do I explain this? They're basically talking about, with a service, making it into some type of decoration, like maybe wearable, sustainable art. Interesting. How do you, that's kind of the energy. This is a very, I'm gonna give them a minute, hold on, see if they'll clarify. Dude, I'm on the right track though. It's just, I'm trying to narrow it down. So please give clarification for the Strength card. They're talking specifically about, it's like a hat type energy, like a cap, or a hat type energy, or a crown type energy. Through sustainable materials. Like, I'm kind of interpreting all of the beads as like maybe stones or small pebbles or shells. It's very interesting. Flowers. Using what's naturally available. Maybe this can be something that you do. You made a small resin pouring jewelry. There you go. That's what they're talking about. I didn't know, you didn't tell me. Maybe you make crowns, Miss Umbra. They don't have any other messages though. I hope that's helpful. No, you didn't tell me. You made your first batch. I can, Dawson dear. There's quite a few people in front of you though, but I can. Does it tell the future or what you're feeling? It depends on the question, Dawson. Sometimes it can be future, sometimes it can just confirm current, where you're currently at. It really depends on your question. It really depends on your question. So I know we had a channel point reading for Latorio. So Latorio, are you ready now, dear? You think crowns are cool? You've always been inspired by the crowns in the Alphanese Muka paintings, but I never thought about making crowns myself. That's what they were basically, they're talking about, they're really focused on the head, like crowns, cap, hats, those kind of things. So maybe you make fancy resin pieces. I would take a crown from you, Miss Umbra. No, you don't need to post the question again. I got it, Latorio. Not sure how to ask the question. Went through experiences in the last few days which kind of shook you up. What do you need to know moving forward? Okay, let's do 3. Okay, we're gonna do Shadowscapes deck for you, Latoria. My nice Shadowscapes deck. I'm thinking 4 cards and 2 Oracle. What do shocking experiences? How does Latoria progress? Thank you. How does Latoria progress? Interesting. Wow. This is my deck that does really well with jumping because I've used it so much. This Shadowscapes deck is like, gosh, maybe 3 years old. So it's had a lot of use. It's had a lot of use. Alright. Your cards are reflecting current energy, past energy, and future energy, which is good because you'll get to see where you are now, what happened. Very general, right? Unless they ask me to get in detail, which I don't think they will. And where you're headed. And then I'm gonna get you 2 guidance cards, Latoria. Thank you, Doreen, for your feedback. So Doreen says crowns represent manifestation and divine inspiration. That's why kings and queens use them. I would take a crown from you, Miss Umbra. I would. Ooh, you want to put my spinel? We need to have a chat, Miss Umbra. I just got a tiny spinel that I need a safe purpose for. One more, just one more card, please. Thank you. All right, and then we'll do Wookiee's rune. We'll do Wookiee's turn, and then Dawson, I'll be ready for you, dear, okay? It's funny to think they all use fancy headwear. Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it? It is. It is. I agree. All right. You're gonna sleep timidly. Good night, dear. Thanks for hanging out. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. I also sometimes give winning lottery numbers, crazy bro. What? I don't know from which country or which lottery. Oh gosh, crazy bro, you're so funny. Oh, that's hilarious. All right. Yeah, I wouldn't know, would I? Good luck, you're gonna have to figure out that last part by yourself. So this talks about Page of Pentacles is the first card. Hey Fable, welcome in, dear. Page of Pentacles talks about this first card, and this one is saying victory. Like you are already in a place of victory. Some of this hurt and betrayal, and I feel like this was supposed to end, and you realize that it was needed, but at the same time, that doesn't make it hurt any less, right? It's still painful, but I feel like this was necessary, right? So with the Six of Pentacles here, they're talking about, this is my card of creative activities that you do in the public eye. So this could be theater, this could be writing music or playing music out on the street or for somebody. This could be painting on the street or for somebody. This could be, you know, writing jokes for a performance. This is my creative card that is usually something that you show to other people. Like other people see this. So with this card coming out, I feel like they want you to focus this creative energy on understanding how you've basically been victorious over this situation. It'll help you balance the two energies by bringing them together in this manner. This is like your healing. These three cards are, how do I heal this situation? By understanding that you've become victorious. This is for your highest good. The dragon of life and the betrayal is the downed dragon that you're standing on top of. So understand that you are victorious right now, currently. It just doesn't feel like it because the hurt is still here. But if you work on this process, you can heal that and also become and grow your own victory within yourself. The Knight of Cups is saying now that this has ended for you, and once you are done healing it, you are going to be moving towards your abundance, which is the card that has come out from the Oracle deck, is the abundance card. So this had to end because you were not going to reach abundance with it. It was unavailable. So this had to change. It's just a matter of healing right now. Finishing up your healing. The connection card is also coming out. They're saying communication is tricky. They're saying communication is tricky. You don't know whether it's okay to still communicate or not, because maybe you have certain obligations still to this situation. They're saying communication, you feel like communication is tricky right now. Like, it's hard to say. It's hard to know what to say. And if it's okay to say it. But it's also hard to just have just talk. It's also hard to just talk in general because of the pain. So you know there's things that you need to discuss, but it's really hard right now because of the pain. Yes, exactly. Yeah, there are things you have to be saying, but you're struggling because of this. And it's like, do I say it? Do I not say it? Or is this saying too much? Or there's a lot of communication. Like, I'm even having a hard time explaining the energy and communicating the energy properly to you. Like, that's just how strong it is. That's just how strong this is coming through. Any guidance we want to give for Latorio? Your dad's calling. That's okay. I'll do uptime. I'll do uptime. We're an hour and 58 minutes in stream, so you can review. What guidance do we want to give for Latorio with communication? Hey, Wheel, welcome back. Okay, they're saying sometimes it's okay to wait until you're in a positive mindset to speak. They're saying wait until your mind is in a positive place before you speak. Like, don't speak carrying this energy. Speak when you become clear, and tell people when you need time to get your thoughts in order. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. Let me clip it. Let me clip this. Perfect. I clipped it, so hopefully that works. They're saying it's okay to take time and not say anything until your mind is clear. And tell people that's what you need. You know, the right people will understand that you need to collect yourself before speaking. That's what they're saying. But this whole situation is happening because you're opening the door now to actual abundance for yourself. And they're also saying to help you get in a positive mindset, start practicing gratefulness. Count your blessings. Count your blessings. Are you doing good, Wheel? Fable, you can ask, since you're subscribed, you can just ask for a reading, dear. I have one rune pull before I get to the next person, basically. It's amethyst points, so you can do it at the bottom of the chat. You can use your channel points, but you're subscribed, so you can just tell me what your question is. You could just tell me today. I was trying to do not a cue to help other people who don't get read very often, to give them an opportunity. Frisbee says, aqua runes is always fascinating me, and the runes don't take very long, so. Alright, Wookie. You can say yours now, Dawson, because this rune won't take long for Wookie. This rune won't take long. The runes are super quick. So yeah, you can type it up and I won't miss it. So Fable, only Dawson would be in front of you, dear. I do runes sometimes. Hey, Forest Fairy. Hi, dear. Welcome in. How are you feeling? I'm getting ready to draw a rune for Wookie. do you want to, Wookie, do you want to narrow down on a particular topic of life? Like love, romance, career, creative pursuits, resolving issues? What do you want to narrow it any at all? Were you feeling mentally rough for the past few days? That's okay, Wheel, because the full moon had a lot of energy. Even I cried in the middle of the night. Because even I woke up and cried in the middle of the night. So it's okay, Wheel. That's just the energy that was around, I guess. You can, Forest Fairy. Yeah, you can, dear. You're gonna be after Dawson, which is gonna be after this rune pull, so you'd be third in line. Do family? We can do that, yeah. We can do family. So energies of family in the runes. I feel like this is how to help family. Here, I'll show you. I don't know, the table might look, yeah, here you go. Is this the right direction though? We'll have to see. It's kind of like the zigzag Zorro, except backwards. Zorro's like, is Zorro like this? No. Zorro's like this. Is it Seawall? Let's go in the book. We'll see. Let's go in the book. Looks neat. Yeah, I think it's Sivo. But the book always has a different name sometimes. Oh, no, it's Ewaz. Sorry. My bad. It's Ewaz. A virtual hug. Bye, Miss Umbra. Good. Enjoy your meeting. I hope it's insightful. So this talks about yew, the yew tree. It was the most important tree to the Nordic peoples, more important than even the oak, being not only the best tree for making their formidable longbows, but also the tree of Yggdrasil, the great tree, which forms all 9 worlds of men and spirit in northern Nordic mythology. This rune has powerful associations with protection, so maybe you feel the need to protect your family right now on multiple levels, which is why you're asking. So this rune says that you have set your sights on a reasonable target and are well able to receive and achieve your goals. There may be slight obstacles in your way, but do not be overeager to move ahead. This is a slow pace. They do want to say with this book that this may not be a time when you can influence outcomes, so you can't force people to, you can't force anything right now to change or move forward. Just understand that any delays or setbacks that come around are actually beneficial. So instead of saying, why isn't this working? Just kind of say like, I understand that a seed is being planted and it takes time to grow. And that this delay or this lack of progression, instant progression is what I just got. This lack of instant progression is actually a good thing because it means the roots of the seed are deep, are deepening This rune is here to inform you that only through foresight, perseverance, and making the right actions can any difficulties you come across be avoided. Perseverance, continuing to do, right? Being consistent. This rune is not ever in reverse. However, sometimes this does talk about being able to resolve some type of matter which has remained hidden for quite some time. So this is kind of like resolving a secret. Maybe there's a family secret that nobody talks about, and you understand it needs to be healed, and you're trying to figure out a way to get people to talk about it so it can be healed. But you understand you can't force it out of them. So you plant the seed of, hey, maybe we should talk about this. And then you've planted the seed in their mind, right? But the lack of communication could be them rooting the seed within themselves. And so it's about being persistent. Hey, maybe we should talk about this. Hey, maybe we should talk about this. It's like reinforcing that growth. And then the right time can come about where they actually do start talking, or they do start sharing, and the secret does become known. But that's what the rune has to say. Wookie? You feel like everything is telling you to chill? Yeah. Chill, but be consistent. This isn't saying chill and don't do anything. This is saying chill. It's like a consistent chipping away. Be chill, but also chip away at it by the perseverance, right? Slow chipping away with your consistency. Perfect. All right, so Dawson is next. You're welcome, Wookie. And then I'll do Forest Fairy's single card. Dawson wants relationship read. Gotcha. What cards do you want to do? You're currently in a relationship, Dawson? Yes, okay. What deck do we want to use? Good tarot? So this is the deck I'm going to be using. I'm getting maybe 3 cards of this, and then I'll go to my Shadowscapes. So let's do 3 of these first. Current relationship. Do you talk to them about I feel like you don't. Hold on. Let me get one more card. There's parts of you that you don't share. There's like magical parts that you keep locked away to yourself that you don't share with this partner. Because but they know that you're not sharing it. They know that you're not sharing it. So why you don't think that they'll understand? They see that you spend a lot of time by yourself, and that there's some things that you do and you don't make them a part of. They see that, but I don't know why you're not sharing, Because they're aware. They know there's something that you're hiding. Yeah, that's what the cards say. The cards are saying you don't think that they'll understand. That you don't think that they will get it. Or they will accept it. They'll accept. You're afraid that if they find out really what you're doing, they won't accept you. It hurts them really bad. Dawson, it hurts their heart that you don't share this with them. Like, I feel like crying. They're really hurt. And their mind is going kind of crazy. They're thinking about all the reasons why they're not good enough to know that. Sorry. We got one more card for you. Do you have one more card for Jasmine, please? Okay, sorry. We need a Dream Goddess card. That's what we're waiting for. You had to do some work, but you're back, Miss Moonfae. Hey, that's okay. Welcome back. I'm just shuffling cards for Dawson, and then I'm gonna do one card for Forest Fairy. This one's gonna be quick the message is gonna be relayed pretty quick once I'm done shuffling. Cosmo. The party doesn't start without Cosmo. Welcome back. I'm glad to have you. Guidance. What kind of guidance is in this deck? What kind of guidance is in this deck? Thank you. All right. You were here in spirit. I like it. Your heart was here. That's all that matters. So, Dawson, they're saying that you are a very magical being. With the Magician card is coming out. I feel like there's a very heavy spiritual side to you that you lock behind the door and don't share with her. And this hurts her heart very much. Like, she is crushed. She knows there's a part of you that you don't want to show her, and it crushes her. I don't know if I could say that enough. She knows what it is. She has an idea of what it is, but the fact that you won't tell her and show her and let her in really hurts her. and she drives herself crazy, wondering what she's not doing good enough that would make her worthy of you sharing this. What am I not doing that's not good enough? How am I not good enough to know and be part of this, part of him? She wants in. She wants to know. With the Four of Cups, talks about contemplation. I feel like she daydreams a lot. This card is specifically talking about daydreaming. They're saying she does her own magic, but in a more grounded, earthly way. They're saying she does her own magic, but just because it's different than yours doesn't mean she's not going to understand. She does her own magic, but it doesn't have to necessarily match yours. And I think that's what you're trying. You're trying to balance your spiritual side and this relationship with this Two of Pentacles here. You're trying to juggle them. Which if this door was just open, then you wouldn't have to do the juggling, because whether or not she is for you, living your life purpose, right, which is why you're spending so much time and energy on this, it's because it's part of your purpose. It's what you want to grow for yourself in your life. It's extremely important, and you're trying to decide if she's going to be okay with that. You'll know once you tell her, because the right partner is going to be like, even though I don't understand how your magic works, I still appreciate you and love you for who you are. And if that's something that you want to grow for your purpose, the right partner is going to be okay with that. But she is extremely hurt. She knows you have a secret that you're not telling her, and she blames herself for not being good enough for you to share that. She blames herself. Instead of you being afraid, she's blaming herself. She's not saying he's just afraid to share this. She's saying I'm not good enough for him to share this. Yeah, I would definitely tell her, Dawson, because that's how you're gonna know. You can heal yourself by unlocking the door and sharing your true authentic self with someone who very much cares about you. This person definitely loves you, right? This person definitely loves you. They already know something's being hidden, so you can heal their heart by sharing this, right? Because then they won't blame themselves, right? If you finally open up and share, they won't be blaming themselves anymore. And you would have practiced sharing your true authentic self, so you also are healing yourself. This door needs to be open. I feel like regardless, you're gonna have an easier time balancing things. And the only reason why it's so difficult for you to do is because this is so large. So I would definitely tell her, yes. Yeah, I would definitely tell her. Why make her suffer? Why make yourself suffer by not sharing? And why make her suffer by locking the door? It's kind of pointless. Yeah, Dawson. But if she knows she can help you balance, if she knows and she genuinely loves you, she can help you balance. Sometimes we need help. We're not supposed to always do things by ourselves. We're supposed to help each other and let others help us. So this door needs to be open. And we'll do one card for Forest Fairy. We'll go back to the tarot category, I guess. I hope that helps. Dawson. Tell her you're Iron Man. You could. You could. You can make light of it if you have to ease some humor into it. You could, but you could just say, no, seriously, I do have something really to share with you. It's hard for me to do, so I'm trying to bring some humor to it. This is Celestite. Crazy, Pega. This is Celestite. That's what she said, you guys. Gave you a lot to think about. I'm glad, Dawson. I'm glad. Just tell her you're Clark Kent. Yes. Yeah. You know you shouldn't take bully personally, Wheel. Yeah. Remember, telling yourself positive things when people say negative things, flipping it and saying something positive to yourself, right? It's like bouncing it off. It's like saying, yes, that person said something, but in replacement, I'm going to rebuke that and tell myself something positive instead. You're gonna be well practiced, Wheel. Hey, Diablo. Welcome in. How are you doing? Was it just general guidance? A general guidance card, Forest Fairy? I feel like maybe it was. Hey, Morphman. Welcome in, dear. How are you? I'm glad to see you. I'm scrolling up to see what Forest Fairy mentioned. She said one card. I can't remember. Message from the verse. Message from the universe. Gotcha. What card do we want to use? Oh, crystal card. Hey, Metalunar. Hi, dear. How are you? I'm letting subscribers today just ask for readings. I'm letting subscribers today just ask for readings. If you're following, you can use your channel points today. Whatever the universe wants you to know. Yeah, you're gonna get a crystal card. Forest Fairy. Because the crystal cards are perfect. It goes great. What about you? I'm doing really good, Diablo. I'm doing so good today. I made a little bit of progress on my painting. But that's okay. This one I can paint on my own time, too. This one I can paint on my own time. I do a lot of painting off stream, which is how I completed the other painting here. It's off stream. Let's focus for Forest Fairy. Thanks for the advice. You appreciate it. Yeah, Wheel. If you, it's kind of like somebody throws negativity at you and then an old wound opens, right? Because you've been hurt so many times. So an old wound opens and it hurts. Well, instead of letting that hurt stay, what you're doing by saying something positive to yourself is cauterizing the open wound. You're saying, Yes, that wound is open and it hurts right now. However, I'm going to basically heal it right now in this instant by saying something positive. And as you practice that, you become better skilled. So the first bit that you do it, you won't notice a difference. But it's kind of like growing your skill, right? The more you do it, the more potent your magic becomes, right? The more you practice a self-heal spell, the better your levels get with it, and the more potent it becomes, right? I always talk about you guys being magicians and learning your magic. Starting at level 1 is not going to be the best self-heal spell. But once you level it up by continuing to practice it every day, then you become an apprentice, then you become a journeyman, then you become a master, and you level up. Level 1 magic is pick a card, any card. The hurt, feel the anger, become a Sith Lord. Yeah, Sith Lords clearly do not cauterize their wounds. They just kind of let it fester. You're thinking of a number from 1 to 50. Sorry. What message from the universe do we have for Forest Fairy today? Message from the universe do we have for Forest Fairy? One card for Forest Fairy, please. Message do we have? Thank you so much. 23? I like that number. I was looking at this one too. Ooh, I was looking at this one going, I should pull this one out, but I didn't. And then it fell out of the deck right after that. I almost specifically pulled this one out. Look how awesome this one is. Spessartine Garnet? I've never heard of a Spessartine Garnet. Number 53. Look at, it's cosmic. Oh, look how cosmic this card is. Wow. That's freaking awesome. I've never seen this card before. I've never drawn this card. The cosmic egg. You guys are so funny. What kind of energies do we have here? They're talking about a volcano? Bring light to the volcano. There's light in the volcano. How do we explain this better? Oh, they're also talking about how diamonds are made. Like, I almost feel like through the anger pressure of a volcano, like we think of volcano, the inside of a volcano as being volatile, right? Lots of heat, lots of reds, lots of fiery anger, right? Lots of magma. And yet, through the heat and the pressure, I feel like there's an energy that's coming out as well. White light out from the volcano. Birthing from the volcano. Hey, Lucky, welcome to the treehouse, dear. From the earth into the cosmos. Like sending that up to the cosmos. This is kind of like surrendering to the cosmos, is what I'm kind of getting. Like sometimes this is churned enough and it's time to just release and send it out for the cosmos to take care of it. Any particular messages we want to? They're reminding you that you're actually doing a really good job. They want me to remind you that you're actually doing a really good job. Let's see what the book says. It has mushrooms. This card. Oh, that kind of does look like astral mushrooms. A little bit, the smoke plumes. Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. They're smoke plumes, but they do look like mushrooms. Let's see what the book says. So again, if you're subscribed, I'm letting subscribers just ask for readings. You don't have to queue up. If you're not subscribed and you're simply following, you can use your channel points to get a reading. Okay. So the key words is charm and charisma, being shiny and sparkly, being a brilliant beacon of confidence that inspires other people. Every one of us is a being of light meant to shine and sparkle. Your light draws others to you, for we are all seeking the light. This crystal's message is to have you embrace your natural charm and magnetism. Please don't think that you're not special. If you do think that you're not special, it's only because you haven't discovered your own natural charisma and practiced expressing it. The universe wants you to let yourself shine, for your dazzling brilliance will be a beacon for others as you walk your healing path towards discovering your own destiny. You can naturally attract those who will help you and those who will benefit from all you have to offer and share, which includes your talents, your love, and your joy. We are so lucky to have you here on this planet right now. Feel your own magnetism today and start expressing it. Shine your light out in all your glory. Inspire others and let yourself draw in whatever help you need on your journey. Yeah, Crystal, you did get a gift sub. Because if you can show others how you have dealt with the volcano and set that out, it can inspire other people to be able to do that as well. That was your card, Forest Fairy Deer. Oh, important changes occur on the Xbox. Sorry, Morphin. Hey, that's okay. You're hearing the message. Thank you. You're welcome, dear. You're welcome. I appreciate you letting me read for you. I do. So it's the last one. So we might actually go back. So if you're subscribed, you can just ask for a reading today, even if it's a gift sub. If you are following, then you can use your channel points to get a read. But subscribed, you can just ask. I don't have a queue right at the moment. I was able to read different people just by offering a more, I guess, liberal queue. Can I say that? It is a bit more liberal. because people aren't really in line. You can. Crystal Blue Nose, you can, dear. Lou is on the up. Lou is on the up. She's taking a nap today. She did go to the vet. She's got a little bit of a, well, the vet's not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure she's got some type of viral infection. Her sinuses are kind of acting up for her. They think it's some type of viral infection that just kind of, that she has long term, and it only flares up when she's under stress. So the move was very stressful for her. New state, new room, new home, new people, and new pets that she's very slowly starting to get accustomed to. Like, she explored the whole house yesterday while the other pets were roaming free, and she did a really good job. So she's adjusting, but I think her stress levels were a bit high, so it caused her underlying continual viral infection to kind of flare up. So, but she's good. She's got antibiotics she's on to help boost her immune system a bit, and she's halfway through them now. So she's been sleeping a lot. So they want her on bed rest. So I don't schedule playtime for her right now, and I'm not scheduling walks right now either, because she needs to be resting. There's also no pressure for you to do everyone in the queue. Maybe that is it. What time is it now? Do we know? It's 2:36. I've already been doing this for a while. Time flies. So Crystal, if you want to offer your question. Hey, Being in Nothingness. Thank you for your follow. Welcome in. How are you? Hey, Smoky Topaz. Welcome in, dear. So Crazy Bro is asking, did the entities that were in the previous home also move with you currently, or did they stay there? I think they stayed, Crazy Bro. I think they stayed. But I also had some of them leave. So the ones that didn't really cause any issue, I was okay with them being there. Like, I don't really care. But the ones that were being pesty, I did ask them to leave. So I think they were only triggered because of me. You know what I mean? I think they were only triggered because of me and who I am and how open I am, I guess. Like, nobody was bad. I will say that. Nobody was bad. They're just curious, you know, they're just curious. So I didn't feel a need to send them away. Except for the one that kept bothering me in the middle of the night and trying to trick me. I sent him away. Like, no, I'm not playing that game. You need to go. How can you find courage to come out to your family? That's a beautiful question, Crystal. Love the intuitive painting idea. Yeah, this is what I've been working on. This is a commission piece. It's like a galaxy. The colors don't show up as well on the webcam. I'm not gonna lie. The colors are much more vibrant in person. I wish you could see. They're much more vibrant. I've also been doing this one. So this is a commission piece. So I am open for painting commissions. I currently have 2 that I'm working on. This one is fairly far along, and the second one I'm just getting concepts for. And this was the 3rd one, which I'm marking complete. So I do have slots open for paintings as well for those that are interested. How do you tell? They present themselves, usually. The thing is, like, I think most of us wouldn't even notice. Let's be honest, Metalunar. I feel like most of us wouldn't even notice. They're always there. It's just, are we paying attention? And are they... We tend to notice the ones that want to cause trouble because they're making the loudest noise. So, that's the truth. They're always there. It's just, are we paying attention? Most of them don't bother us though, so we just don't think about it. Because we're just living cohesively, so it doesn't matter. It's the ones that cause trouble that we notice because they want to be noticed, you know. Hi Creed, welcome in. How are you? I feel like Metalunar, yes, but at the same time, I feel like technology only, I feel like we only can understand it from a certain perspective too. Like, our measurements are with a specific mindset in mind, right? So I do feel like our measurements are only measurable and obtaining data. Wow, hold on, there's a lot of energy coming in right now. Obtaining data that is measured at our current level. So I feel like as technology expands, wow, thank you very much. As technology expands, then our measurable degrees will also expand. So I do feel like we're a bit limited right now just because of our understanding of how things work and the tools that we're using and how our mindset is very much correlated with that. So as we expand our mind, I do feel the way that we are able to measure data is also going to expand. So, thank you. But let's do Crystal's card reading. Thank you, Creed. I got help. Scooby-Doo ghost technique. Yes. So they're always there. It's just, yeah. I feel we're gonna see an expanse in that. As our minds become more open, we're gonna see an expanse in that, I feel too. So what cards do we want to give for Crystal? A Goddess Dream, 3 Goddess Dream, and a Crystal card. For you, Crystal. I'll give you a Crystal card. Best way to share their truth. Best way for Crystal to share their truth. Guidance on sharing their truth. Aw, Forest Fairy, thank you so much for those gift subs, hon. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Aw, Jimmy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, dear. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That really does help me more than I could ever express, honestly. More than I could ever express. Oh, Doreen got one, and Pega got one. Oh my gosh, that makes me so happy. And Pumpkin got one. They're gonna enjoy those. They're gonna enjoy those. You're back, Pega. Yes. Hey, cats are rad. Welcome in, fun. How are you feeling? So we have 3 of these cards. The first card that comes out is Self-Exploration. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. got a delayed follow notification. Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, Forest Fairy is a sweetheart. Forest Fairy has been here basically since the beginning of me streaming. Forest Fairy's been around. Beginning on Cosmic Unwind stream. And Cosmic Unwind kept confusing us. It kept mixing our names back and forth. I was like, we must be similar people. To interchange our energies so quickly. Alright, and a crystal card. Let's get a crystal card for Crystal. It's been a long time now. Yes, it has, Forest Fairy. Yeah, it has. Yeah. That's okay, though. Yeah, Metalunar, he was in our stream last night. Because it was his day off of streaming. He was in our stream last night. I think he watches, he lurks. He watches while he does other things, right? Just like I do. Just like I do. Thank you. Ooh, clear quartz. Indeed, lots of changes. Your power was out yesterday. I think I remember you mentioning that you missed a majority because of your power. That's okay. That's why there's VODs, right? That's why there's VODs. So you can get caught up. But at the same time, I almost feel like it's more fun to watch live too, right? It is more fun to watch live. But it can be fun to catch up, you know, as well. But I prefer to watch live if I can. Very rarely will I go back and watch a VOD. But I really like to talk to the streamer and like talk to people live. Like, I really like Twitch because of its communication capability. Like, if I wanted to just do videos and not talk to you guys, I would do YouTube. Like, let's just be honest. But I like Twitch because I really actually like talking to you guys, which is why I'm okay taking a while to do a reading and popping into the chat, because talking to you guys is my favorite part, which is why I seamlessly pop in and out of chat with you guys pretty well. Sometimes I get a little off track, but I do really enjoy it. So clear quartz is your crystal. Clear quartz is amplifying energy. They're also saying be really clear on your communication. Be really clear. Like, they want you to say what you mean and mean what you say. And say all of it. This isn't, so they don't want you to tiptoe. Well, they don't want you to tiptoe. Like, don't be vague. But I'll read, there's another message in this card that I'll read later. Grace says, just love your damn self. Yeah, love your damn self. Yep. Rule number 1. You never go back, Metalunar. Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. So the first card is talking about self-exploration, right? And the bottom says fairy tales and myths. They're saying to be brave, absorb the bravery of other people or other characters and stories. Isn't there a movie called Brave? Isn't there a film with a redhead called Brave? I've never seen it. I've never seen it. But isn't there an archer? She's an archer with red hair. There's something about you absorbing that energy for yourself by simply experiencing the story. So they're saying grow that bravery within yourself by witnessing and absorbing the bravery. And then you become brave. So maybe this is kind of like pepping yourself up. Like some people, when they go to do an exercise and they like pep themselves up first by listening to specific music. They're saying use that to pep yourself up for doing it. So maybe this is about putting yourself in an energetic, brave space by absorbing bravery of characters. And then you'll be at that high level and you'll be ready to do it. Yeah, I feel already the energy growing as I'm saying that. So maybe you're resonating with that and you're like, you know what, I think that really would help me. So they're saying put yourself in the right energy first and use, I feel like Brave. You need to watch Brave if you've not watched it already. I've never seen Brave. I don't know what it's about, but that definitely came through that card. You need to prepare yourself. The second card, is it about a Celtic girl? I would imagine it probably is Celtic, yeah. You haven't seen it either. Maybe that's what we should watch on Sunday. Patrons, you wanna watch Brave on Sunday? I'll figure out a way to get it. So this card is talking about connection. This card is talking about your fear. You're afraid that what you say and share is going to sever some of your connections. This card is talking about your fear. You're afraid if you speak your truth that some of your connections are going to be severed. They're saying the number of people who ride your truth with you and accept it is much larger than those that won't. They're saying, yes, you're going to lose a couple people, but the number of people who are going to be open and accepting are much greater. They're saying not everybody. And I feel like over time, some of these may start trickling back, especially if it's family. Over time, whoever has kind of stepped away will start slowly creeping back, right? Because we're always connected. Hey Ella, thank you for your follow. Welcome in, dear. You think she was a picked from the Highlands? Polly? Maybe she was. They're saying don't worry. Oh, so the spiritual insight card is coming out because you're going to be advocating for yourself, but you're also going to be advocating for everybody else. They're saying basically no one way is the right way. Welcome back, Miss Umbra. No one way is the right way. So you're going to be sharing and enforcing your belief in how everyone is sacred, right? Regardless of what construct they choose to live their life under, or what construct they want to live their life under, or what construct they are guided to live their life under. It doesn't matter. It's all sacred, right? Everybody deserves to live life on their own terms. That's part of the sacredness of life. And I feel like they're saying, when some people have a struggle with that, remind them of how sacred life is. And what would you want? Lack of judgment. Would you want someone to judge you if this was how you wanted to live and felt? Would you want someone to judge you in your shoes? Would you want someone to judge you for loving someone in particular? No. I think honestly, nobody would. So this is about understanding and sharing the fact that everyone has their own path, and that's the beauty of it. Hey JC, welcome in. So this is talking about clear communication. They were saying specifically, don't be vague. You need to be really clear cut on what you are saying. So this is not the time to be walking on eggshells and be vague in your statements. This is about being very concise with what you're saying. I am going to go into the book though and read its general message. Read its general message. How are you doing, JC? What was it, 18? Interesting. Oh, Rob, you're not having a good day? I'm sorry, dear. That's alright. You can relax. So the key words of the clear quartz is amplification, magnification, expansion, and growth. I switched up some of the crystals. That's probably what it is. JC. When I take my weekly salt bath, I take lots of crystals with me, which happen to be crystals on the board. And so every time I come back, I rearrange them. I think I rearranged a couple of them, so it probably looks different. So this crystal spirit crystal is here to tell you it's time to focus on your growth and expansion. Whatever you appreciate, love, abundance, or anything else will grow simply by your observing it and feeling gratitude for it. Are you paying attention currently to all that is good in your life? This clear quartz spirit brings the message that you will amplify right now whatever it is that you are working on and focusing on. So focus very well. Be mindful of what receives the bulk of your attention. Find what healing and nurturing is needed. Notice what fosters your well-being and express your gratitude for the bounty that is yours, and it will expand. Whatever makes you feel happy and alive, you need to be doing more of it. I am going to read the relationship message. as well. So in regards to relationships, this says, it's easy to magnify the flaws in others and forget to reflect on where you might need to grow now. When this spirit appears, it's a sign for you to turn your attention to all that is wonderful about the people you care about. In yourself, as well as in your relationships. Continue to grow what is good. Grow what is currently working for you. No one can be all things to all people at all times. So cut yourself and your relationships some slack. Today, celebrate who you are and what you experience in your own relationships currently that helps you feel loved and appreciated. Share that celebration with others and say thank you to the people in your life who make it a better life in so many different ways. That's your message, dear. I hope that was helpful, Crystal. Oh, let's put the quartz away. No other messages. I don't think anyone else did a redemption, did they? Ooh, no, that's not what I want to do. Manage rewards. Nope, we are all caught up. We are caught up. No, you can just ask Pega now that you're a sub. You can just ask, dear. Yeah, now that you're subscribed, you can just ask. So yes, if you're a subscriber, you just ask for a card reading. If you are not subscribed, you can use your channel points today. That's how we're doing it. That's how we're doing it today. I did a clip for you, Latorio. Did you see the clip? I was like, oh, it's interesting how I'm talking about communication and a family member calls. I did notice Latorio, and I kind of chuckled, but I did clip that part in specific. Because I was like, well, he's going to be distracted. You're welcome, Crystal. You're welcome. Let me know if you end up watching Brave. Because I think you need to. You need to make yourself brave before you go and do it. You're thinking about your question, Pega. That's alright. You can think about it. Ponder on it. Alright. Ponder on it. I feel like I need a snack. So maybe I'll go on a quick break to grab a snack. Like 5-minute break. 5-minute snack break. I need some fruit. That's what I need. So type up your question, Pega, and when I come back from my 5-minute break, I'll read your card. You gonna go snack hunting? Yes. Because it's 3:03 p.m. 3:03 p.m. And so it's been 3 hours since I've eaten. It's been almost 4 hours since I've eaten. So we'll take a quick break. So we'll be at a break screen. I'll come back and do a read for Pega. So Pega, type up your question, hun. And then we'll be back. 3:03 and then 3 hours, 6 minutes, and 3 seconds. Of course. I'll be back in a few minutes. So grab beverages, take a break. It'll be like maximum 5 minutes. So I'll be back. guys are so funny. You're not sure you could be back in 5 minutes, Mabudu. Hey, that's okay. That's alright. That's right. We still have some time for stream today. It's only 3:10. I usually stop at like 5 or 6, so we still have a few hours. Wednesdays are the day when I stream like really long. The other days I only do a couple hours in the evening. Wednesdays are the long days though. Because I realize there are people across the world who can't, it's not that they can't, but it's really late, you know, for some of you sometimes. So Wednesdays are the days when I'm able to be available at a more reasonable time for you, some of you. It's almost as good as a chair stream. Hey, Caterin. Which time zone am I in, Madalena? Eastern Standard. You're turning in for the first time, Forgive? Oh, welcome in. You're gonna be right back. That's okay. What did milk made in Mexico say to milk made in America? Soy milk? Oh my gosh, you guys are so funny. I really have a good joke about butter. I would tell you, but you might spread it. Oh my gosh. Ella. You guys are so funny. Butter be good. Creed, oh my gosh. How do you do tarot reads? Forgive. You can have one. If you follow, you can earn channel points. Otherwise, I'm doing subscribers. Subscribers to the channel are able to just ask. Follows would have to use channel points today. I do let other people gift readings with their own points as well. But I'm gonna do Pegasus first here, since Pegasus subscribed. You like watching streams in your own time zone. They're not too early or too late. Yeah, Metaliner, that's why I have 2 different types of time slots. That's why I have 2 different types of time slots, because I'm aware that not everybody can be up, you know, in the middle of the night. I'm aware. I'm fully aware. Hi, puppy. You better believe it. Oh my gosh. So Pega's asking, you had an idea to take a coaching course? The mailman must be walking by. I feel like he is, yeah. He honestly barks at anybody that walks by, but it's kind of a quiet street. Mm-hmm. He's a big dog. Yes, he's a big dog. But which is why the cat is nervous. But she's okay with the dog now, this week. She's okay with him. Sometimes he gets a little rowdy and she asks him to stop. But they get along pretty good. I'm not sure what kind of breed he is. I'd have to ask my sister. So about coaching. He does sometimes, Metaliner, but not all the time. But he does sometimes. Because he just gets excited. Especially when you have food. They specialize in courses and workshops. So you want to let's do a positive or negative with the Thoth deck, Pega, on the outcome of that course and coaching. Let's do that. And guidance. So we'll do 5 Thoth cards and 1 Dream Goddess cards. The corks is the coaching. Yeah. You'd say he's about 50 pounds? I think he has to be more than that, Miss Sombra. He has to be more than that. Because I'm like almost 90. And I think he's probably bigger than me. But I'm a human and he's a dog, but still. Still. You're popping off to the shop, Creed. Anybody want a can of Coke? I'm good. Creed will teleport the can of Coke to you, don't worry. I'm so tiny, the dog must be bigger than you. I'm pretty sure he is. You know your dog weight estimates. Okay, so he's slightly smaller than me. By like 20 pounds. You shouldn't do that to a dog though, Metaluna. But yes, technically I guess. Ask your sister if I'm right. I'll ask, Miss Umber, I will ask. That's always what people mention, don't they? So the first card is actually talking about over-analyzation. The second card is talking about worry. The third card is talking about money. Thank you. And how those things are causing interference. Do you want to give positive or negative, please? On taking the course. But it's abundance. You're the only one in the way, Pega. You're the only one in the way. It does say you have some financial concerns on whether or not it's feasible for you to afford. I do think it is, though. It's just you're using that as a worry. I'm gonna get you a Dream Goddess Oracle card. Metaluna says if I shaved my hair, I would be 80 pounds. There is quite a lot of hair here. Like, you guys can't even see the end. Like, you guys, I have a lot of hair. So maybe that is true. What guidance cards do we want to give her? Is there a guidance card in here? Oh, thank you. It's what you really want to do, so just do it, Pega. You like the long, beautiful hair. Thank you for Give. And thank you for your follow. Now you can start earning points for a reading, dear. You knew the money part would come up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to. It's going to. I'll talk about the cards, though. Pega. Yeah, Pega, that's basically what it's saying. It's saying, yes, do it. The only negative are the ones that you're creating, and it's simply because you overthink things. But I'll go in depth about it. Because other people can learn from the reading as I explain the cards. Other people can learn. So even though you've already clearly understand the reading, I'm gonna gonna do the full interpretation for those who want to see an example, basically. I would reach out to whoever does admissions. So the first card was the Tower. Whoever does admissions and whoever maybe has financial aid, I would talk to financial aid first. See if you can qualify. Because I feel like that's a very concrete worry that you're growing. And if you just nick that in the butt, you're good. Nick that in the butt. Talk to financial aid. See if you qualify. But the Tower card came out as the first card. And I interpreted this energy as, with the eye, as I want to see so much of the scope that it overwhelms me and creates chaos. That's exactly what this card said. I want to see everything with my eye, and I want to reach so far out into the future and catch every little detail that it literally creates chaos. And then once I understood that message, that's when the Worry card came out. They're saying you wanting to do this all the time creates your worry. And the Wealth card comes out because of this and this. This is saying this is one of your main concerns, is the money. So why not talk to financial aid and nick that one in the butt first? Because then it's not there. The Interference card came out after, kind of clarifying that this process that you're doing, without this card, sorry, let's move this one off for a minute. This process that you're doing is creating the interference. This is the Interference card. So by you going this route, that's what's causing the interference, but your final card was Abundance. This is the Abundance card. Trying to get the camera to catch up. Here it goes. So I feel like you should be taking this course. Nick the fear of able to financially afford it. Nick that in the butt, get rid of it, and then you'll be golden. But this does say that this desire is fueled by passion. So why not do it? Why not do it? Enigma Tarot, welcome to the treehouse, dear. Glad to have you. So yeah, you need to be doing it. Sounds like me, Miss Umbra. I think a lot of people do that. A lot of people do that because we're so afraid of making a mistake. Right? Let's be honest. A lot of us do that because we are so afraid of doing the wrong thing. We don't want to do the wrong thing today. We don't want to do the wrong thing. So then we get caught up in over-analysis paralysis. Right? No homework today? Aw, nuts. I haven't been doing homework today, no, Melinda. Everyone's just kind of been getting their reads. Such a lovely message. I'm glad. You've used the finances as an excuse to delay things. I know, that's why I'm saying nick that fear in the butt. Talk to financial aid. Get clarity on that in specific. That way you don't have that very specific interference target in the way anymore. You know? That's true, Crazy Bro. We do learn from doing the wrong thing, don't we? There's really no wrong thing. It's always like we choose what we choose for a reason, and why not just do it and learn from it, right? Instead of fear the possibility of failure, because it's not, it's only failure if you quit. Thank you. It's only failure if you stop, or if you quit, or if you choose defeat. That's the only time it's ever failure. So, and by Pega, this is with love, by reinforcing a worry and using that worry as fuel for not taking action is actually how you're failing. I feel like that makes sense to you. I felt like that clicked. I felt like that clicked. Yeah, and I feel like other people needed to hear that too. Fear is the real enemy, I would say. I agree, forgive, yeah, I agree. Welcome back, Belinda, I'm glad to see you. It's the foundation of what you want to do. Yeah, I would go to the course for sure. Melinda does love homework. Yes. Voodoo says their financial mess is insane. You could use a decent accountant, Voodoo. Or even a guide. Maybe even a guide. You could grow your own self and your own skills by, instead of throwing that work on someone else, you could grow yourself and expand yourself. I think you need a guide. Because then you'll be more confident and you can tweak as you go. Hey Kyle, welcome to the treehouse, dear. You wonder if the cats will like the bubble wrap? Oh, for your package? Nice. Nice. We're gonna read the singing bowl again, because 2 of you redeemed singing bowl. So if you are subscribed to the channel, I am letting you guys just ask for a reading. If you're not subscribed and you're just a follower, I'm allowing you guys to use channel points today. I remind you of Princess Diana, Kyle? Nice. I can't say I wasn't named after her, so. I appreciate your compliment. Thank you very much. It does have a new reverberation to it. The bowl. Did anyone else notice that too? It has a new reverberation, like a higher pitch. Did anyone else notice that too? I've literally noticed that the last couple times I've been reading this. There's a new reverberation, like a higher pitch, like a higher brassy pitch. I don't use it with water inside, no, it's just by itself. You're the second person though, who's mentioned putting water in it. You just thought I had glued the felt? No, I didn't. This is a different mallet. Maybe that's what it is. I'm using a different mallet. Ooh, interesting. I bet you that's what it is. What led me to tarot? Forgive? I've always been interested in, so I did my first tarot reading I did when I was in college. It'll be story time for a minute. my first reading that I did for somebody else was in college. And it was when I was working at the restaurant. I did, I was a hostess at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant. It was so much fun. I absolutely loved that job. It was so great. It was a lot of fun. I liked the people. I liked the work. I like being able to just enjoy, having people enjoy the space. And some people would come in just because they're lonely, right? Some people just come in just for some socialization. Like you get the people that come into the restaurant like every Wednesday because it's their date night to themselves. And you get to hang out with them. So it was a really fun job. I really did like that. And I was working there, and one of the ladies was having a hard time, and she was dealing with a lot of stuff. Her name was Ina. She was an older lady, and her name was Ina. She was one of my friends. Aw, thank you, Pedros. You're so sweet. Thank you. And I said, well, I actually have done a couple of tarot reads before for myself. I could read for you and see what comes out. And she was like, yeah, okay, yeah, let's do it. So we took lunch at the same time, and we sat in this little booth at the restaurant on our lunch break. And I'm like pulling cards and reading them for her, and she was like so touched that I would spend time not just reading cards, but just listening to her story. She was very touched by it, that I would just take time to just listen, right? And offer guidance. So I did that in college. And then one of my other friends at the restaurant saw me doing it, and she was like, oh, we should actually go to a psychic. I read her cards too, but she was like, let's have fun and go to an actual psychic. And so we did. And I got a really interesting read that was oddly specific for someone I had never met. And I didn't go in there with any expectation. I just went in to see what happened, what would happen. And I walked out of there absolutely shocked, right? I mean, I had read cards for myself, but the information that she had gathered was like beyond a basic card meaning of something. So that kind of sparked it, honestly. I had gifted my first tarot deck to my friend from the restaurant, so she still has it, I believe. Because she was with me when I was in my abusive relationship, and she was a genuine friend who just wanted me to be happy and genuinely cared. So I gave it to her because I felt she needed it and would use it and would get something out of it, and I just wanted to thank her, so I gave it to her. It wasn't until I got divorced that I decided to kind of open myself up to my more spiritual side, basically. And then I started doing card readings for myself. It wasn't until, gosh, probably about 6 months into streaming, I was talking to, the chat, my friends who were watching me paint, and everybody, it was a full moon. It was a night of a full moon. Sorry I'm not talking in chat right now, but I'll catch up when I'm done with my story. It was a full moon, and everybody was just saying how awful they felt and how confused they were, and they just needed some guidance, basically. And so I was talking to them and trying to console them, right? And then I had mentioned, I could read some cards, and we could see what kind of clarity we can get for you. And I had never done cards on stream before that night. It was a full moon. And they were like, yeah, let's do it. And so we did it, and there was a lot of crying that night. I remember a lot of people were crying. But it was just because they felt heard and understood, and they were just so shocked at what came up. But there was a lot of healing that happened too. So it was that after that day was when I was like, let's make channel point readings a thing. And I think within a week I had channel point readings, and I kind of just let people redeem what they needed while I was painting. And slowly it's kind of built up to Q days and things like that. So it has been a slow progression. Now is currently the most I've ever done readings than before. But I also feel there's a very much a need for it right now for a lot of different people, which is why I'm offering my time to do it, right? Offering my time to do it. So that's kind of how I got started. It was a little bit of a slow start, a little bit of a break, and then inspired feeling of the moment, right? That kind of sparked into a slow progression of doing that more time, more and more. So it was a slow build up. You always gotta love the genuine close friends, right, Cosmo? Yes. Yeah. And the thing is, like, my friend had experienced things alongside with me, that she didn't have to, you know, but she did because she's just a really beautiful person. So, yeah. What a beautiful connection to do, to just listen to relationships. It's an awesome beginning. Very cool and happy for you. Thank you, Forgive. I hope you have someone and people around you off stream just for you to speak to. I do forgive, yeah, I do. I do. My family doesn't know. Some of my family knows 100% what I do, like my sister knows. She's very supportive, right? Because she let me, when I broke up with my boyfriend and moved, she offered a place for me to stay. So my sister is very supportive, and I'm supportive of her. So I do have supportive people, clearly. A lot of my family members know kind of like surface level what I do, but that's okay. Hey Bob Ross of War, welcome in, dear. The first time you had a reading, Miss Umbra, a good friend, although we had just become friends at the time. Yeah, sometimes you meet people and you just like click and they become like really close. Like Miss Umbra, I feel like we clicked really quick, all things considered. Because you were friends with my sister for a long time before we even really, before we even actually connected. And they read for you and you cried. She was worried I wouldn't be friends with her anymore because I asked for a reading from her. And her brutally honest deck, oh god. Yeah. I'm kind of careful. I'm very picky about, I learned my lesson to not read for family. To be selective about reading for family members. Because if they don't understand, they think it's you casting the judgment. Instead of the deck saying what it is, they think it's you, and that's your perspective of them. And they have a hard time, like, they just have a hard time, like, understanding the difference. You know, just because, yeah. Anyway, so I'm very picky. Yeah, we talked about lots of stuff the whole way, didn't we, Miss Umbra? Yeah, the car ride to my sister's bachelorette party. Yeah. Weaving grass into the tables. That is the greatest story. Late night in the city, 2 random Scorpios having a good old chat at a closed coffee shop. that has an outdoor patio, and we're weaving grass into the table. Having a grand old time. It's natural vandalism, it's fine. You had a hard time forgiving only one thing, Voodoo, did you really? You had a necklace that looks similar to mine. Oh, this one? This one is mother of pearl. The police took it? You wore it much lower on a small string. Why did the police take it, Voodoo? They won't give it back. I would imagine they could only keep stuff for so long. And I was like, wow, how have we never hung out before? Yeah. Since I've been friends with your sister for a decade. Yeah, that's how it happens, Miss Umber, sometimes. Are you looking forward? Forgive? It'll happen in its time, dear. You came here skeptical. And that's okay. It's okay. I think skepticism is healthy, right? I think skepticism is healthy. It's just, like anything, it's about balance. Like if you're so skeptical that you never want to expand beyond your current self, then you're really limiting yourself. But I think being skeptical is healthy. You did lose your brother, forgive. That's okay. They're still here. Will you make a guest appearance on stream? She has, actually, Madalena. She's painted with me before. She was one of the first guests on stream. I taught her. We were intuitively painting next to each other. That's an old stream though. I'm sure it's on YouTube. I'm sure that stream's on YouTube. And my mom is painted. I've had Mama Luna over to paint with us too. And you guys were asking her if she had psychic gifts. She was like, probably no more than anyone else. Which is very accurate. But, yeah, so she's painted with us too, and she read bedtime stories. She did. She read us some bedtime stories when it was time for us to wind down for the evening. That was fun. And then I did bring Sam, my sister, on to stream too, my birth sister. I brought her on too. And she painted with us as well. And they were both over at one time, I think, also at the same time. We had 3. Did we have 3? I think I had 3 cameras. I had my camera on my easel and then 2 other cameras on theirs. And it was like us chatting and like me guiding them at the same time. It was fun. You could replace it with something better, Voodoo. Hey, Lazy, welcome to the treehouse, dear. Is the painting behind you yours? Yes, so this is my painting that I've been working on. This is a commission piece. It's not done. It's fairly in the early stages still of the painting. This one is the most recently completed painting. This was our Scottish Space Federation painting. This was our satire piece. It really goes this way though. That's so awesome that you have your family join. I did, yeah. They didn't understand what I was doing. They didn't understand what streaming actually was. And so I tried to show them Twitch and they kind of understood a bit more. But once they were kind of involved, they were like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it now. So yeah. You have much talent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that compliment. So I do have a queue open today. If you're subscribed, you can simply ask for a card reading. If you are simply just a follower, you'll be earning channel points that you can redeem today as well. Yeah. It was very fun. Yeah, she moved from hours away. Yeah, Miss Umber's a bit further away now. Hey Lazy, welcome in, Nun. How are you? I hope you're doing good. You've replaced it with silver hemp and beeswax. That one mattered. It has a special connection. So maybe give the one that you currently have a very special connection. Right? But it is kind of self-reinforcement and self-fulfilling prophecy when you say, I can't forgive. You kind of reinforce that to yourself. Just with that statement. Pony O'Ham is redeeming a crystal card. One crystal oracle card. Perfect. Is it a meal? It's not a meal. It's a it's mangoes. It's a snack. I had been streaming for quite a few hours and I needed to snack. So I have some lemon, ginger, and echinacea juice here. And then I also have mangoes. So that's my snack for today. Which actually the echinacea juice is one of my favorites. It's like slightly spicy from the ginger, but it's really refreshing because of the lemon. And echinacea, I just really like echinacea. I like echinacea tea as well. I'm not sure what the medicinal benefits or herbal benefits of echinacea is. I can't remember it right at this moment. But I do know it's good for you. You appreciate it, Wheel? You're gonna chill now? Enjoy the stream. Thank you, Wheel. Have a nice day, dear. I appreciate you hanging out. If they apologized? Why are you, Muvudu, why are you choosing to hang on because of someone else? Why don't you let go simply for your own sake? Why are you letting your healing be in the hands of someone else? Alright, let's do this crystal card and we'll ring the gong. So, Pony, I want to make sure you're still here, hon, and ready for your card. You wish you could be in the atmosphere all the time? Aw, you can. You can. You are here, Pony. Perfect. Let's get your card, dear. Do you want the message? Do you want a message that's tailored to a specific avenue in your life? Or do you just want to see what comes through? The crystal cards are very broad. That's why I'm asking. The crystal cards have really great messages, but they're also very broad. It is, David. This is a commission that I've been working on. It's kind of like a rainbow nebula, and then we have a mandala UFO at the top. Basically, is what it is. And then I have a planet here that I'm working on. And I'm waiting, I'm kind of filling the color in first before I kind of start really meticulously picking out new things to grow within the painting. So it's kind of just being really particular about the color right now. You just want to see what comes out. All right, Pony, let's see what comes out. You're just sharing stories? Okay, gotcha. It's a special color and effect. It really is. I like how blended everything kind of is. And I really like the red. What message do we want to relate to Pony? Holy crap. I feel like this is the card. Orange calcite. Oh, the mandala makes you think of a Ukrainian song that's moving? Does it? Are you in a relationship, Pony? Are you currently in a relationship? Or focusing your energy on another person? This is talking about you focusing your energy on another person. They're talking about sporadic, staggered progress. Do you feel like you don't know where you guys are going? Or, yeah. I feel like you progress, but then maybe we take a step back. And then we progress in a new way, and then we take a step back. Like, this feels like the progression of the relationship is kind of sporadic. Like, almost like, okay, thank you. I feel like you set a goal for the relationship, and this person says, okay, yes, that sounds great. And they execute it for a while, and then things kind of just dissolve. That's what this card is saying. And it's always at it to a different degree. They're saying the other person is complacent. Like, they accept what you want, but they lack the drive for themselves to want it. And that's why there's this staggeredness of progression. It's because they are not already lighting that fire for themselves. Like, you are the initiator. They're basically wanting to point out why the relationship is working in this manner. They're definitely saying that there's love here. No, this isn't declining. This is like, I feel like you set a goal for the relationship. Like, I want us to do X together. Or like, I want us to do this activity together. And yeah, they'll do it for a while, but then maybe there's a step back from it. This is staggered. This is a staggered type of progression. Like, it's only not steady it's not like a plateaued kind of steady. I feel like because of how maybe random, not really random, this is very hard to explain. I feel like because of how particular your goals are, it feels staggered, but it's still progression. They're just wanting to point out that sometimes if it doesn't feel like much progression, it's because this other person is doing it for the best of the relationship, but they might not be fully involved 100% simply because it's being asked of them. Like they have a hard time lighting their own fire for what they want goals for, is kind of what this is saying. So keep that in mind when you make a request and there's some hesitation or there's some lack of 100% follow through. Not that they don't want to do it, it's just because they're not lighting that fire, it's hard for them to really put that passion. They have a hard time lighting their own fire. So that passion is kind of, you are the igniter in the relationship. So sometimes you have to light the fire like 15 times before they actually start to do it. You know what I mean? That's basically what this card is saying. So if there's a lack of instant, just understand that that's how that person works within the relationship. Yeah, you've been wanting to travel, but he's more of a homebody. Yeah, he's a homebody because he doesn't have any fire for himself. Like he has a hard time lighting his own fire. I feel like he does the same things every day. Like he has this very set schedule and does the same things every day. And that's also hard for him to ignite a fire within himself because he's experiencing the same thing. But there's love here for sure. There is definitely love here. They just want you to understand why it feels like you have to be the one initiating things. That's what they're trying to explain. They're trying to let you understand why, because I feel like maybe you get drained. Like maybe you feel like they don't care because you're always igniting things, but they want to explain to you why it feels like you have to be igniting things, because you are the one igniting things. But this is why. They're saying to make it easier on you and have him carry more of this ignition load. Challenge him to start doing little things outside of his comfort zone. Challenge him to do little things outside of his comfort zone, because it's what's needed for him. And then he'll slowly progress, and then you don't always have to ignite a dead, like it's kind of like you're a fire builder, right, for the relationship, for both of you, for the benefit of both of you, right? You're really good at it, which is why you've taken on that role. What they're trying to say is his fire is like embers, basically. His fire is like embers, and you're trying to start a fire with just embers. And this is saying, have him challenge his daily routine, do something different. And that will help him start out with a larger flame. So maybe now he's not embers, he has a little flame in his fire now too, because he's grown confidence in trying new things. So now when you want to ignite a passion, or you want to ignite some inspiration, you have a flame to start with already. So it's easier, is basically what they're saying. Definitely the igniter. He's good at appeasing you, though. That's what this says, yeah. He will do it because he cares and he wants you to be happy and he knows it's good. But he's not going to initiate that himself. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't care. That's just the way the relationship is built right now. Yeah, he won't. He knows what he likes, but it's about challenging him to step outside of his comfort zone. he doesn't have a set schedule. No, this is daily tasks. Like, this is daily tasks. Like, he does the same thing to soothe himself. So, like, he does the same task or the same activity that he enjoys to soothe himself. He doesn't really expand beyond that because he knows he likes that thing. But he doesn't have anything maybe that he really loves and is passionate about. And this is about expanding that slowly by challenging him to expand himself. That's what this card is talking about. I agree, Moo Voodoo. Yeah, some people, I'm a Scorpio, so like I make really good eye contact. Maybe to the point where it's intimidating. I've actually told people that I intimidate them. My partners have actually told me that they tell me I'm staring, but I'm not staring. They tell me I'm staring, but I'm not staring. They tell me it's too intense. They're like, why are you doing that? I'm like, I'm just getting to know you and you refuse to tell me anything, and it's annoying. So I'm just waiting patiently. And they don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get it. Well, the biggest thing with us is he wasn't planning on falling in love with again or being in a long-term relationship. Now I'm the person he's been with the longest. Yeah. And he's finally saying he loves you. He's been loved for a while and has shown it in various ways, but saying it was hard for him. Because he soothes in a certain way, Pony. He has pain that he's soothing in a very particular way. And I feel like he needs to open up a bit more with that, because it's not your responsibility to solely drive the goal of the relationship, right? He needs to be involved. So this is a gentle way to allow him some power over that, right? I agree though. You've been told you're intimidating from a friend of a friend. Voodoo, do you deeply stare at people and they get super nervous? When I was married, my husband would do that. I'd be looking into his eyes and he would be like, what are you doing? I'm like, waiting for you to talk. But I was waiting for him to talk with his eyes, but he didn't do it. He refused. He refused. So that was your crystal card, dear. I hope that's helpful. Which is annoying. That was my husband. Who was just like, it just feels weird. I'm like, why does it feel weird? Don't you get that it shouldn't feel weird? I don't know. Lots of people say I'm intimidating or look angry, Miss Umbra. Do they say that? Sorry. I just know, Miss Umbra, I just know you are a tiny person like me. And it's funny how people can say that some people that are so tiny can be so intimidating. But I get that a lot too. Especially when I have something to say and you're just gonna have to listen to it. Yeah, especially in those times. Awesome, you are. Thank you for gift. I would feel really weird telling a girl, what? You would feel weird telling a girl, really, your personality would make them feel like you're hitting on them? Oh, you're saying You're saying you're being genuinely moody. You're saying, I want to be genuinely complimenting this person without assuming, without being assumed. You're very worried about being misunderstood. Like, you want to give genuine compliments without worrying that the person thinks you're hitting on them. No. You're intimidating like a chihuahua. Suffer a chihuahua. It's going to bite your ankle. Oh god. Greed says size doesn't matter. That's true. The Sweet Disaster says, I can be intimidating too. My boyfriend is 6'3" and I scare him. Gosh. Yeah, exactly. It's just strong energy. It's strong energy. Yeah. Which can be intimidating to some people. You've been told, Chupacabra, you have resting bitch face. Ugh. No, this is just my face, okay? Get over it. I would always tell people that, no, trust me, you'll know if I'm mad at you. You won't have to wonder. You will know. Don't worry about it. Then they're like, oh, crap. You will not have, you will have no question. You really won't. I promise. You will not have to wonder. Which is kind of a good thing. No one likes to play games. Come on, let's be honest. You got banned from a bar, Moofdo? It's a lot of energy. Oh, you walked in barefoot because your flip-flop broke and they just told you you couldn't be in because you weren't wearing shoes? That has nothing to do with you personally. That definitely has nothing to do with you personally. Being so oblivious as to not know a Scorpio is mad at you. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Welcome back, Nick. Sophie, where? I've caught up with our cards for now. If you are subscribed, you can just ask for a reading. If you are following, you can use your channel points today. Yeah, thank you, Sweet Disaster, for your input. So things and energy that you would not be familiar with could feel weird and be interpreted as intimidating until you're able to kind of comprehend it. Yes, I've had that happen with guides in meditations. And I recognized what it was after just taking some time, basically. So yeah, definitely, Sweet Disaster, yeah. Just because it's different. And you're trying to initially interpret the energy. You've been around, you're listening while working. Thank you for that. Listening while working. You heard a crazy news story, Miss Umbra? Where a guy got kicked out of a pub for not wearing shoes? So he tied pork chops to his feet? What? Are you guys aware of, who else is aware of the Florida Man memes? Who else is aware of the Florida Man memes? Miss Umbra's story sounds like Florida Man. Miss Umbra's story sounds like Florida Man. I have a friend from college who I went, well, she's actually from trade school. I have a friend from trade school that I went to school with, and she used to live in Florida, so she shares Florida Man stories all the time, and it's the most hilarious thing I've ever read. They are hilarious. Florida Man meme. They change all the time. It's basically the most outrageous news articles that they pull out about a Florida man. Like, the joke is, crazy Florida man does outrageous thing in Florida, and it makes the newspaper. And it's the most outrageous things. It's so funny though. It totally does sound like Florida Man. You know Florida Man Creep? Of course you do. It's been a pleasure spending time with you. You must jump off for now. Thank you for Give. I appreciate you, dear. We'll check back in. Yeah, the Florida Man stuff is funny. Honey. Sorry. My cat knocked something over. Are you okay? You silly girl. You silly girl. I want to add some more purple too in here, so I'll grab some purple. Is it actually a story from Australia? It sounds like Florida Man though. It really does. Really, Mood? That's weird. I mean, it happened, right? So the follow-through was executed. Maybe they should have specified that it has to stay up. Florida is the Australia of the United States. Really? Pony? Lots of crazy things happen in Australia. It's all that warm weather. Clearly all the warm weather just makes people go crazy. I got too much of a good thing. Too much of a good thing, so y'all get bored. Yeah, I guess it's sunny again today. That's no big deal. It's sunny every day. Let's make it interesting. Isn't there a study where, and I don't know for sure, I'm just guessing. Isn't there a study though where they talk about like warm weather kind of being a factor for crime? Like, people behave more outlandishly when the weather's nicer. Like a correlation between weather, warm weather, nice sunny sunshine, and crime. I feel like there is at least some type of study. Whether or not that's actually true, who knows? Because a study is just a study. You okay, sweetheart? Esther, welcome in. You got buffalo wings? I haven't had wings in so long. You think I'm onto something, Creed? Currents, they do the safety dance down under. Do they really? Maybe there is something there. Could it be because more people's windows are open? I mean, no, but then that would be in correlation to air conditioning then. Maybe we are onto something. So the next study needs to be, is it really in correlation with warm weather, or is it in correlation with people's access to air conditioning? It's gonna be the next study. Do demographics that have access to air conditioning commit less crimes? This is outlandish. I just got the image of somebody standing behind a window unit air conditioner, and just being so chill that they're like, nah man, it's cool. No big deal. You thought it was a little funny story, Chupacabra? It is kind of funny, isn't it? So the rest of the story is because you Googled. So Summer's story was about the guy wearing meat on his feet? Pork? Was it right? Pork? Oh god. It was pork. Hey Nastastrophic, welcome to the treehouse, dear. We're kind of having a chat while I paint. Maybe we should go back to painting. Go back to our painting. What's air conditioning? Magic. So the rest of the story for Miss Umbra is the guy won the pork chops at the raffle, which was at the bar. But when he went to buy a drink and he was refused service because he's not wearing shoes. He came back with the meat he had won on his feet. And then another patron falls due to the grease on the floor that his meat feet are creating. Oh gosh. And the other person breaks their arm. He sues and wins $23,000 in court from the pub, but the judge says pork chop guy was not at fault. What? How is he not at fault? Because the pub shouldn't have let him wear those shoes either? I'm guessing. I guess as an establishment, you are responsible for everybody's safety. And how would you not notice someone wearing meat on their feet? I don't know. That's weird. That's weird. Thank you for the follow, Shame Loki. I thought you were already following, but that's okay. Welcome back. Oh, he was definitely not Jewish because it was pork. Now, he won the meat. He didn't necessarily have a choice. Well, we're assuming he didn't have a choice. Maybe he did, and he picked beef, or he picked pork. You've never had athlete's foot, but that's because I often walk bare feet. I walk bare feet a lot too. It's an interesting topic to ponder. It really is. We're really down a deep hole right now, but that's okay. We're just having fun. It's okay. We're just having fun and enjoying it. We're just enjoying it because it's fun. What a story. What a story. Different sham Loki login on TV. You think you fixed it? Aw, okay. Welcome back. So it's a bit, at least you didn't change it drastically. How are you doing, dear? It's been a minute. Just painting some more purple. Some purples. Nice to get some good layering in on our canvas. Kind of being sloppy. It's good to be sloppy sometimes. I was saying earlier, if you want to get nice organic shapes, you're going to have to be a little messy. That's just what I'm spending time doing. Being a little extra messy with my strokes. My paintbrush strokes. And I think we'll change our CD here in a minute. Because we've been listening to the same one for a while. We've been listening to our Celtic flutes for a while. As the CD ends. It's so perfect. What do we feel like listening to while we're kind of here doing what we're doing? Too old? Yeah, it takes practice, wouldn't it, Move Voodoo? You'd have to ease into something like that to give your body a chance. Oh, this is The Quiet Path. So that's the CD you were listening to, The Quiet Path. I'm wondering where I put the disc. The case for the disc. Not here. We haven't listened to Earth Rhythms for a while. I feel like this is what we'll listen to. Earth Rhythms. You want Liquid Silk, Forest Fairy? We can do Liquid Silk. Oh, here's The Quiet Path. Let's put it away. So we keep ourselves organized in our tiny space. Yeah, somebody really was commenting the other day, Forest Fairy, at how much they liked the Liquid Silk. And I had told them that that was a gift. Liquid Silk actually in the other pile though? You like that I use CDs? I do. We have a couple of them. I also play Christmas music at Christmas time. So this is this is like Celtic music, Christmas Celtic music. And we had that Gaelic CD. Who remembers the Christmas Gaelic CD? I do. That was fun. Do I have drum and bass? We have drum. Whatever you want to listen to. Okay. Yeah, we have Celtic Christmas. I didn't get rid of my Christmas CDs because I was like, we're gonna need them. Oh, it was Mary McLaughlin. What was her name? Mary McLaughlin. Oh yeah, and she had the crazy hair. She had the crazy, wonderful hair. Look. Her lovely locks. Look at those locks, man. She's got some hair. Mary's got some hair. You're not sure what you can see yourself in the reflection, can you? Do you have some curly hair, Dino? Is that what you're trying to say? We also have this Celtic Dreams. I have a lot of Celtic music. I really like Celtic music. If we want drums though, I have Drum with Rhythms with Wind. I have the Mary Youngblood CD too, The Offering. I'm looking for the Liquid Silk. Any other drum music. I have lots of native flutes. Celtic music and native flutes are like the ones I have the most. Like oh, here's Liquid Silk right here. I'm gonna move this to the side. And the other one I have is Sacred Earth Drums is the other drum CD. So there's two drums. Yeah, Celtic music and Native American music is like the two types of music that I play like the most. Hi Mary, Harry Mary. Yeah, Harry Mary. Let's listen to some drums. Do I want to do so these are both by David and Steve Gordon. So they're pretty similar. I feel like we should do Rhythms of Wind. I feel like that's one we haven't done. Michael Jackson? No. No. We don't have Michael Jackson CD. Celtic music is nice. Any American chanting? Shamloki, I do actually. It's the Iroquois women's songs. It's not really chanting, it's the Iroquois singing. So they sing in their native language. But it's the women's voices, so they're very calm and nurturing when they're singing. It's actually a lovely CD. That's the one I have with voices. And then I have the Gaelic singer who's got a voice. And there's not too many that I have with voices. I did buy one though and give it away as a gift. I had one where this shamanic lady was chanting runes to drums. It was very intimidating to listen to. But it was fantastic. I did like it. It was just very intimidating. What was the name of it? I wish I could. Songs of Yggdrasil. I'll show you. Hold on. It's Songs of Yggdrasil. That was the name of the CD. Let's go to Google really quick. I wonder if you can buy it on Amazon. Let me go on Amazon. Yggdrasil. Oh, here it is. I'll show you. You gotta see it. You gotta. I'll put the link in. You gotta see this. I'm not saying go buy this, right? I'm not, hashtag not sponsored. I'm not saying go buy this, but this is the CD. And I actually gave that CD away with the Lumerian runes that I had gifted for our subscribers in the giveaway. They got that CD with it. So it's by Freya Aswin. Shamanic Chants from the Northern Mysteries. That's what it's called. It was very intense. It doesn't look like you can buy a book. Apparently there's a book. I didn't even know there was a book. Interesting. I'm kind of tempted to check out this book that's on Amazon. But anyway, there's an actual CD. And that's what we were listening to. I had listened to it on my own though. First. I was like, wow, she's got a lot of energy while she's doing this. This is not indicative of our calming stream. So I liked it, but I couldn't use it on stream. So I was like, I'm sure somebody else will appreciate it, especially if it comes with their runes, their rune kit. Yeah. Do I ever sing Mugudu? I do. I do. If you go to YouTube, you can find some older Twitch Sings videos. But I haven't done it on stream for a while. You wouldn't have got the spelling of that correct, Shamloki. Nope. It's very particular. It is very particular. Yeah, I almost wish, I wonder if it's on Spotify. I almost want to play part of it. See if it's on Spotify. Spotify has quite a few CDs. Sometimes it's interesting to see. Maybe I'll download Spotify really fast on my computer. I'm gonna put Songs of Yggdrasil. No, it's not in here. Shame. Shame, or I'd play it for you. At least one song. You found the full album on YouTube. Aw, thank you so much, Crazy Bro. Hold on, here. We have to... This is intense. This is intense. Let me do a screen share. I have to switch how we're doing this. Would it be game stream? No. It would have to be... How do I screen share? We should sage beforehand. It's alright. I don't need to screen share because it's just sound anyway. Here, have a listen.
And we'll know.
This is Songs of Yggdrasil. Shamanic Chants from the Northern Mysteries. Let me know if you can hear.
And blow it through my life like a winter storm.
She might be a bit muffled.
Yet my kinsman, I shall and will know thee. Mistral winds, chaser of clouds, killer of gloom, sweeper of the skies, raging storm winds, how I love thee. Are we not both the first
Thank you, Crazy Bro.
Of the same womb?
Whoa, she's got
Forever
so much.
Predestined to the same fate.
She's not. I want to go back and get this. Holy crap. My third eye is going crazy right now. The pressure. She's really good. Hashtag third eye warning. A hidden gem. It really is.
I know.
It's almost...
From the windy trees, nights to hold nine, here's by thine spear, and given to Odin, thyself sacrifice to thyself, on that ancient tree.
It's almost theatrical. With the background music, it sounds like she's on a stage with background music.
Some gave thee breath. Into the depth thou stared. Thou took off the rune and fell back, screaming, and thy knowledge thou shared. Thou taught me to carve them. Thou taught me to read them. Thou taught me to stain them.
It is, yeah.
Thou taught me to test them. Thou taught me to invoke them.
Invoke
Thou
them.
taught me to sacrifice. Thou taught me to send them. Thou taught
And
me to use them.
there's a keyboard in the background. I don't know if you guys can tell.
The first one thou
A
taught
reverberating keyboard.
me, help
It's going...
is called. And help it is to people in sorrow
Holy cow.
and anguish.
Holy cow. Ooh, that's like an ohm if I ever heard one. Holy crap. I need a bowl. This is really powerful. Is anyone else feeling this? Or am I the only one? Holy crap. Holy crap. Sage? Yeah. Let's sage. Feels sort of hypnotic. It sounds like she's it sounds like she's standing on a stage. Like you can hear the reverberation of her in the room.
I know how to sing and feel it.
All the viewers gonna be spiritually shocked. Yeah. Dang, wants me to go. I kind of want to go pick up the CD again. She's addressing her audience. Yeah, she really is. You've been listening to Wizard of Oz vibes. It kind of does, doesn't it? Like an old kind of presence.
The sixth one thou taught me, if a man cut evil wounds on the sapling tree, I know
When
how
Disney was spooks. She gets very intense. That reverberation is still there though.
If I see a hole ablaze, the flames will not spread to such an extent that I could not help. Such a spell.
Wow, we're only 5 minutes in, and I was getting that much energy. Sorry, I feel like I need to stop for now. I feel like I need to stop for now. We were 5 minutes in, and like I already could feel like extreme energy. I can't even imagine listening to it for the full 37 minutes. Ringing in my ear. Oh gosh. Sorry, ringing in my ear. Really powerful. Yeah, that's... Holy cow. I'm sweating. I'm freaking sweating. 5 minutes. Wow. Holy crap. That's a really powerful person. Dang. It sounds a bit dramatic. She's from the northern, I should have put a warning on that. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I should have put I did say hashtag third eye warning, didn't I? Right before we started. So I guess that was your warning. I didn't realize it was going to be that powerful though. Holy cow. Wow. Yeah, light some grounding incense. Holy cow. Anyway. Whew. I need to go pick up that CD again. For me. I did warn you. Yeah, I did. Wow. Dang. Anyway. That one, yeah. Yeah, that one's definitely powerful. Holy cow, I can still feel it. Yeah, I'm gonna be lighting some incense. A link. I'll probably share it in Discord for those of you that want to listen. Actually, I wouldn't. I really do want to buy the CD though, because I really like to have physical copies of things. But I'll show you the link. So we were listening to Crazy Bro actually shared the YouTube link for us, which was really nice. That was a fun jolt of energy. It really was. It really was. Sorry. I didn't realize how powerful it was going to be. I knew it was going to be powerful, but I did not realize... Thank you, Crazy Bro. I did not realize it was going to be like that. Wow. And the thing is, I've listened to that. That should just tell you something, honestly. They're kind of pointing out to me right now, like, recognize kind of what level you're at in order to resonate with it, to kind of be lifted up by it, is kind of what they're saying. So I had listened to that CD once before on my own in private, just to kind of absorb it, and that was back in when I was in the treehouse. That was probably 6 months ago, maybe. And knowing I didn't really have any effect to it then, but now being where I am currently, oh my gosh, like, I think if I would have been having the experiences I'm having now while listening to it 5 minutes in, I would have been blown away by that CD. I don't think I would have been wanting to give it away, but I think it was meant for that person, clearly, right? So, anyway, wow, wow, I'm so shocked. Wow, holy cow. Wow, I'm still sweating. I might have to take a break. I might have to take a break to ground. Dang. Anyway, I'll share it in the music section of Discord. And I'm also going to put it in Oracle messages, because that's just what I do. Oracle messages is kind of like Spirit shows me this thing, or like I feel connected to Spirit through this thing, or like this has a particular message that I feel needs to be shared. That's like what Oracle messages is, basically. It's just random things that pop up and are really powerful to me, so I share them there. Anyway, if you are not in Discord, I did fix the link now in Discord, so you can actually join if you want. I did listen to the female singing shaman. Yeah, I did. I liked all of them, Crazy Bro, that you were sharing. And I have been having lots of throat singing dreams, so it's interesting. You completely agree? Yes. I do remember, though, the shaman. You sent me a lot of shaman music, actually, Crazy Bro. It was really nice. I'm trying to light my incense now. Okay, let's not use this one. Let's use this one. It's always hard to know which ones have juice, because some of them barely have any juice left. And I don't have my debit card to go shopping. Somebody stole lots of money from me, so I don't have a debit card. And I have very limited funds at the moment, but that's okay. I get paid in like 10 days, so I'll be fine. And then they'll eventually give me my money back. Yeah, they stole quite a lot. They stole almost all of it. That's okay, though. Almost all of it in my checking. But it's alright. It was fraud, so they're taking care of it. Yeah, no big deal. No big deal. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. Who and how? I think it was like just an internet person. Like somebody on the internet. Just going and taking it, you know? Using it for something. They did mark it as fraud though, so it's temporarily unavailable. But they will be giving it back to me, which is good. Yeah, usually erased. No, they marked it as, yeah, they marked it as fraud already. Yeah, yep. They actually didn't let it go all the way through because it was, they had kind of got it all ahead of time. Yeah, there's already insurance for that kind of stuff usually. Yeah, but it's not all of it, so I still have plenty. I just can't use it. I don't have access to it right now. Which is fine. I only got 10 days to wait maybe. Then Twitch will pay me. Then I'll be good. I can go to the grocery store again. You can drop the charge and reverse it before you pay it. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. So I know I went on a break already, but I do want to go on a mini break. I need to ground myself from that video. So let's be like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And then I'll be back. And then we'll finish up probably the last hour of our stream. So I'll be right back. Alright, I feel better. I feel better. Do I only have debit cards? Yeah, Middle Winter. They tried to hack you with a link on your phone. So you didn't even get it. It didn't even go through. Oh, because you have an old Nokia. That's wonderful. That's funny. You posted a tiny song. You think it's in good? And it's in Discord. Oh, it's a Russian girl? Oh, nice. I'm sure it is good, Mabudu. What kind of coat does the Joker put on when he's wet? A coat of paint? When it's wet. Wait, what? What kind of coat does the Joker put on only when it's wet? A coat of paint. because putting on a coat of dry paint would be impossible. I do have that fountain, Metalunar. So that, it is stock footage. I recorded it though, in my own space. So I put a camera in front of my fountain, and I made it run for, I think, an hour, and I did it during sunset. So actually, if we were to speed it up, you guys would notice the change from the sun setting. Not that I'd ever be on a break for 30 minutes at one time. Or, I think it's technically for 45 minutes. But I did it for an exorbitantly long amount of time, just in case there was something like that. But yes, I did purposely, it is stock footage, but it's stock footage that I made of my own items in my own space. It is a nice way video. Thank you so much, Crazy Bro. It's the same thing with the intro. Your art is 10 out of 10. Thank you so much. Nice. Welcome to the treehouse, dear. So it's the same. To make it move. So I'm creating the plumes. So I stood there for like 30 minutes just playing with the smoke. That's real love right there. My voice is muted when I put the intro on. Yeah, so it's 30 minutes of me standing in the smoke. So when you watch the intro, you can see the lights flickering and the candles flickering because it's actual video. So I did the same thing. I zoomed in on my space and my incense burner, and I basically stood there and watched the incense burn, and I was blowing on it to make the smoke plume and move. So that's really dedication. So I was like, a straight stream of smoke is boring to watch. So I was just like blowing on it to make the smoke move around. Yeah. Are we starting over? No. I just wanted to show you the intro screen. I was very proud of what I did. I think the intro's like probably the same, 45 minutes, I think. The intro is also 45 minutes long. But it's also set to loop. It's also set to loop, so after 45 minutes it would start back. So it's set to loop for that very reason. Where did I find the incense? I buy incense from my crystal shop. I buy incense from the crystal shop. They do hand-rolled incense, so that's where I get it. Wow, guys, I'm gonna have to go listen to that. I'm gonna have to go listen to that CD. I think once I listen to that CD, I'm gonna have to lay down for that. I'll never be the same again. 5 minutes in and I'm already like sweating and I'm like, oh God. Finishing the whole thing. Oh God, what would happen? I'm still completely blown away. Still completely blown away. And I gave that gem to someone else. I hope they it was Andrea. Andrea's was the one who got that CD. Andrea Jade Art. In a steamy room would be good. A sauna. A hot spring. Hot springs are heaven. It would be nice. It would. Gosh. I'm glad I stepped away though, because man, that's a lot of energy. Not bad, not a bad thing. Just a lot of energy. You were in a small concert in Chicago. Is the best concert ever. I do like intimate settings, Movoodoo. I would definitely, I'm more of a small setting, intimate vibe rather than massive crowds. How do I know what a hot spring is like if I've never been there? I'm allowed to imagine things, Creed. Ugh. I'm allowed to imagine things. I know it would be heaven because it's everything that I enjoy. And maybe some part of me does know. And I'm remembering. Part of me does remember. You're gonna learn crazy, bro. Thank you so much, dear. I appreciate your help today. I am. I'm gonna spend some time with that CD though. I really am. Whew. I do feel bad for whoever got triggered in a negative way though, which I don't think that would be the case, but I don't think that would be the case. You're either ready for it or you're not, right? I'm just gonna assume that, yeah, that's what I'm gonna assume. That everybody's fine, nobody got hurt, and that it only resonates if you're ready for it, right? That's what I'm gonna assume. You mean it's not boiling? You fell into one, it was pure luck. They're not as hot as your bath might be though, because of how hot you have your bath, yeah. But they always have them like nice and steamy in the movies. And I'm already realizing how illogical that statement already is, but I'm still gonna say it anyway. I'm still gonna say it anyway. But they show you it's steamy. I still would probably really like it. That or I just make my own with a nice hot tub. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I'm just painting purple over top of our purple by adding some nice highlights. Maybe I'd have to visit a few. Maybe I would. Voodoo says, swimming in the ocean with your ex? Are those sharks or dolphins? She's like, they're dolphins. I'm like, let's not take that chance and go back to the beach. I do love dolphins. Very much. Quite steamy in the bathroom. It can, especially if your bath water is super hot. You can make your bathroom into a sauna. But I would make sure that your walls and, you know, you don't want to, are your walls and ceilings okay with that? And your floor? You don't want to sauna up the bathroom when it's got like wallpaper. It wouldn't be good for your house. So you have to know when it's appropriate. Basically, you'll have to know when it's appropriate. And this CD is not kind of nice and calm too with its drum. Frisbee says the closest I get to a sauna is hotboxing your shed. Like it. Maybe you, now what you could do, Frisbee, is wait on for a humid day. An extra humid day, and then you're good. But drink lots of water. We don't want you dying. We just want you to experience a sauna. You do love baths, Voodoo? I do too. I would love a garden tub. I don't know why people think it's sitting in your own dirt. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, I don't really start scrubbing until I'm almost ready to get out. So I could see maybe if like you do your scrubbing first thing, then yeah, maybe. But I'm in there to just be relaxed. But yeah, a garden one would be nice outside. Crazy Bro says in Morocco they have a hot mud desert sand places. They put your body under the sand and you cook in the sun. Wow, that sounds really dangerous. But it seems to be very good for the body. You sweat out all the bacteria and you get out of it after a half hour. You feel cleaned. Oh, interesting. Hey Blue, welcome to the treehouse, dear. Glad to see you. They're filthy? No. The shed is my only place at home that's over 18 and off bounds to the offspring Frisbee. That's okay, at least you have a space. You know? At least you have a space, Frisbee. I think that's fine. Because you're just as much Frisbee as you are Dad. Right? You're male, right, Frisbee? Don't. Sorry if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you are. When you get wrinkly, then you start thinking about getting out. Yeah. Then I start thinking about it. I don't even start thinking about it before then. I do not think about it any moment before then. Yeah, I agree. Not a single moment before then. I thought you were. I thought I was remembering that correctly, but then I was like, ooh, maybe I should check just in case. You also have heating weather at your place. Yeah, it gets really hot. Like Michigan, I'm not in Michigan anymore. Where I'm at, which is in Indiana now, it's like a catch-all. It gets hot, like really hot, like you would in southern areas, and it gets really, really cold, like you would really high up north. But we're not on the equator, so it's like really weird. Like we get the extremes of the seasons. But there's a very small window of time on each spectrum in springtime and fall when the weather is just so. So we get a bit of everything. So yeah, it would not be abnormal for it to be, you know, over 90. Oh well, fellow Hoosier, hello, yes. It's like a mini climate then, kind of, yeah. Yeah, we get a bit of everything. Yeah, isn't Hoosier weird? Like Indiana Hoosier, what is a Hoosier? It's weird. It's funny because there's a train in this CD. Just every now and then when you're listening to the drums, you hear a locomotive kind of give its little hoot hoot. What's a Hoosier? Exactly. What is a Hoosier? Was it? Now I'm gonna go back to Google. What is a Hoosier? As a fellow Hoosier, I don't think I really know what it is. Or I can't remember. I know I've looked it up before. A Hoosier is an official resident of the United States of Indiana. It remains a matter of debate, but if you look up Hoosier, it's a native or inhabitant of Indiana. That's what the Oxford Dictionary says. Which, I mean, no wonder there's nothing else really listed. It's like, thanks. It's like Ohio being a Buckeye. Isn't that right? Don't you guys? Isn't Ohio Buckeyes? But everyone knows what a Buckeye is. But how do you? And like Wisconsin, I think is the what's Wisconsin? Cheeseheads? Do they actually say cheeseheads for Wisconsin? Or is that me just being silly? Is it Cheeseman? Wisconsin native names. Wisconsinian? I don't know what a Wisconsin person is called. You have no idea what a Buckeye is? It's like a seed. At least it's an object, though. It's a rounded tree, so that it talks about the seed of the tree. Yeah, it's the seed of the tree. So it's at least an object, but a Hoosier isn't an object, so how do you correlate? We don't know. We don't know. Cheeseman with Cheesemans? What? Hey, Charlie. You gotta go. Have a fantastic evening. Thank you, Frisbee. We'll probably be... We have a little bit left in stream, but we have a little less than an hour now. Yeah, so Buckeyes are the seed of the tree. It looks like, it's like a really large pit, brown pit, with a light colored center. Broad Ripple? I've never been in that area. Charlie Jock. There's a beautiful trail, like a biking trail or a walking trail. Oh, Indy, like Indianapolis. Maybe it was Indianapolis. Indianapolis is actually a really nice city. I like when I went to Indianapolis a lot. I liked walking down the canal. That was one of my favorite parts. Biking and walking, and it's pretty long. I would like that. Hey Charlie, thank you for your follow. Welcome in, dear. Interesting. I can't remember specifically. Excuse the background noises. I can't remember specifically the last time I walked down the canal, but walking down the canal in Indianapolis is very nice. Indianapolis is like a big city that doesn't feel like a big city, if you know what I'm trying to say. Like, it's the capital of Indiana, and it is a big city, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like it feels big, but it feels small. Oh, the canal does go all the way down to Broad Ripple? Okay, so I've probably been that way, I just wasn't aware. Because I have walked the canal pretty far. Anyone who creates is a friend of you? Everybody creates, so you must have lots of friends. I'm getting lots of nice specific purples we're getting. The more I continue to work on and touch this up, the more things are kind of coming together. this is gonna make a nice... This is gonna be nice. This is nice. I kind of like how slowly everything's building up because you can see layer on top of layer on top of layer on top of layer. So as I'm going through and continuing to paint, some of the bottom layer is showing through the new one. So it has like this really interesting like multi-translucent kind of feel, because some of the color's there, but another color is blending into it, so it's really nice and pretty. It's really nice. Even the ones that create chaos. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Your family keeps wanting you to move back to Broad Ripple? You don't want to be, you don't want to though? I'm assuming maybe you don't want to. For whatever reason. Maybe you kind of like where you're at. I really do like this drum. I found that I was often living everywhere else and kind of wanting to move away from home. And I did it for multiple reasons. I did it because I felt like home didn't have opportunities for me that I kind of was looking for. I felt like home wouldn't give me opportunities that I needed. So I left. I left and moved away from home for that reason. I also moved away because there was some family conflicts. And so I thought it would be best to just kind of step away. And yeah, so sometimes there's multiple reasons why we kind of step away from home. Thank you for the follow. Magic, welcome back. Welcome in. Hopefully you're doing good. Just continuing to put more purples. Yeah, sometimes you just feel space is necessary. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You'll know if and when it's time. Voodoo. You'll know. So I wouldn't worry. Just, yeah. You'll know. You will know. It'll feel right. Hi Mana, welcome back, hon. How are you? Glad to see you. continuing to add in our purple highlights. I kind of end up getting super focused sometimes with like where the purple's going. Is it possible to show a bigger picture? I can lift it up. This is kind of my temporary painting setup right now. I have moved location. I've moved location. So my painting streams are not like the best setup right now. So trying to figure out a better way to do it. But yeah, there's lots of, I mean, you can tell where the wet is. There's lots of color blending in here. Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one. It's the biggest one I do. But I'll take another picture, I'm sure, for updates on, oh, it looks like I'm smiling. Hold on. There you go. It does kind of look like it, doesn't it? It was perfect. It was perfect. Yeah, back in the day, our painting setup was much more conducive of friendly viewing. But that's okay. We've not been hyper focused on painting recently. We've been mostly doing readings. But that's alright. We'll devote more time to it again. Hey Major Shake, welcome back. How are you? Glad to see you. It's perfect. Yeah, you can see lots of the colors. All kind of like meshing and blurring together. It's very nice. I definitely enjoy the space themes, so we'll probably be doing more of them, honestly, because I'm really enjoying them like a lot. You just got home from work? I'm glad to have you back. Hopefully work was okay and you're ready to like... I hope. Yeah, time to relax. Yes. Howdy. When you asked me, I realized I'm very fine. My head is just always thinking about the future or big things, Mana. Yeah, yeah. It's because you're ready. It's because you're ready to move forward. You're ready for great, right? Everything's okay, but you're looking for good, but really you want great. So it's okay if you're trying to figure out how to get there. Stenson? 10-gallon hats? What are you guys talking about? I feel like there's a secret conversation going on and I am not part of it. It's okay though. It's okay. It's okay. I am one of those people who doesn't need to understand everything. I'm glad you guys can have a little chuckle. Stenson makes 10-gallon hats? You're ready to unwind. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. We've kind of been all over the spectrum today. Wednesdays are kind of fun. We did quite a few readings. We had crazy chat time where we talked about the most random stuff. And then we listened to the Nordic shaman lady, which, oh my gosh, yeah, it was very energetic. But I did give a warning beforehand. I did say hashtag third eye trigger. Third eye warning. It was intense. I shared it in Discord. The Yggdrasil woman. Maybe she had other women helping her. I shared it in Discord because it was really powerful. I don't think I've ever experienced anything quite like that before. Not to that degree. From just simply listening to somebody. Like, that was crazy. I do have places where I sell my paintings. So I have a lot of original paintings for sale on Etsy. I also sell prints. But I think it's down right now because I don't have the 40 cents to pay the bill because somebody had stole my card. So the Etsy store is, I think, inactive at the moment because Etsy puts your store on hold if they can't charge you over 40 cents. You would actually like this one? The original of this painting? This painting is a commission with Voodoo. But you can buy your own commission. And I could do a space theme. Then it would be specifically for you, but this is already spoken for, sadly. This one. So there's an agreement that this is theirs. So I can't break it. You've got a Lincoln Penny? I could trade it for one of the ones that you started, but I think yours is better. Unless I placed time into it. You're saying trade a painting for a painting? So you can do, in the panels, Voodoo, there's a painting commission panels. There's an agreement. So I explain in that, if you click on the panel picture, down in the panels below, there's a link to the agreement, and you can read through the agreement of how my commissions work. They are intuitive, so I do allow for a little bit of guidance, But I don't do very specific things. Because I intuitively paint. So if you say, I want a space theme, you'll get a space theme. But if you say, I want a space theme with Saturn and 2 UFOs and a space dragon and laser beams, no, that's not how my commissions work. So, yeah. It takes out, they're intuitive for a reason. They're intuitive for a reason. Because I like the painting to create itself through the process. And if we are being really particular about what the painting needs to be, we are diluting its magic, which I don't want to do. Dragons with laser beams. Did I say that? I probably did. Yes. But if you say, I would like a space dragon, that's general enough for me to have some free-flowingness. You know what I mean? Can I throw some mandalas I've painted at you, and you can go from there? You're wanting me to like paint in coalition with your painting? Is that right, Mavuda? You like the Whisper Tree one? Yeah, the tree. Yeah, the trees are really nice. A lot of the trees are really popular. Tree paintings are popular. And my purple paintings are really popular with people. I would be okay with experimenting voodoo, as it would follow the same agreement though. It would follow the same agreement. Yeah, so technically this is a mandala. It's a UFO with a mandala behind it. So it's a UFO mandala. I do put lots of mandalas in my paintings. So if you would want like a space mandala, that wouldn't be ridiculous. I could do that. You just have to read through the agreement, and we can specify from there. Popular purple paintings, popular purple paintings, popular purple paintings, popular purple paintings. Hashtag impressed. Why am I saying hashtag all of a sudden? I don't even use Twitter. Why am I using hashtags today? I don't even use Twitter. Actually, my Instagram uses Twitter for me. I apologize to everybody who talks to me on Twitter and I don't respond for 3 months. I actually am not on Twitter. My Instagram posts to Twitter for me, so it's misleading. Makes it look like I use Twitter, but I really don't. Is this our sun or another sun? This is actually a planet. I'm putting a dusty ring around it. It's not a sun. It's actually a planet. If you get a little bit closer so you can see. See this like a dusty kind of wavy ring? I'm putting like a weird space dust ring around it. But I haven't highlighted it enough yet. So you can barely see it. But that's kind of the goal. And I'm putting orange dust storms behind it too. A tree mandala would be fun. Yeah, I've done trees and mandalas before. Yes, you can, if you want to see some of my work, you can go to Instagram. I usually post pictures on there. I don't post all of my work on there, but I do post a bit on there. You can see some old stuff. She's good. Popular purple paintings. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. Creed says, hashtag who knows, hashtag who knew, hashtag who cares. Move on. Hashtag move on. You just barely followed me an hour ago. Did you, sweet disaster? Aw, that's sweet. That's sweet. So that was Rhythm Winds. Let's listen to Liquid Silk. I know Forestry had suggested Liquid Silk, so let's put on Liquid Silk. By Marina Ray. This is our new CD. Marina Ray. Trying to not get a glare on CD cases is like impossible. There's my computer screen. And the camera. And the mic. Kitty is still sleeping. Yeah, she'll be resting for a while, Rob. She's only halfway through her antibiotics. She's only halfway through her antibiotics, so she's on bed rest for a while. Your local pirate station is Silk FM. What? Where they play pirate music? And go yar, maybe? That's what I'm thinking. And they sing pirate punk songs. Please, dear God, tell me this is a real thing. Please tell me they sing pirate punk songs. Please. I liked my idea better. Major Shake says, I absolutely love your hair and your eyes. Aw, just thought you should know. Thank you so much. That's very sweet, Major Shake, dear. Thank you for your lovely compliment. You'll suggest it. Please do. Please do. They should. Pirate punk songs. It's needed. It is clearly needed. I wonder if there's a pirate punk band. Some Floggin' Molly, maybe? Maybe. I'm kind of feeling like we need to make our purple a bit on the more pastel side, so I'm going to put some purple on my palette. Purple on my palette. I'm very much peas today. Pirate punk. Where's with the peas? Pirate punk music. Pirate punk music. And purple on the palette. My popular purple paintings. I'm getting a little too silly. How long have I been streaming? Are we in the danger zone now? Are we in the danger zone? Potato PC. Oh, my PC is not a potato though. Some PCs are for definitely potatoes. Pleasing purple pirate painters. Yes. 5 hours and 42 minutes and 28 seconds. I've streamed for longer. I'm streamed for longer, way later in the day, so I don't know if it's a slapstick silly time or not. Who knows? Who knows? I do think this purple needs to be pastel. Pastel purple was another one. So I'm adding white to it. No such thing as too long of a stream. No, we've got a lot done today. I did a lot of reads. We had a break time, quite a few break times, which was nice. We had a snack, which is still sitting in front of me, so I didn't quite finish my snack, but that's okay. And we got some progress in our painting. And we've had a lot of silly conversations. We have. You're almost halfway to another sketchbook drawing. Really? Rob. Rob. Did we decide that, how do I want to say this? Did we decide that I was gonna lower the sketchbook requirements? Did we make that decision? I can't remember. Oh, I'm gonna be painting with my finger. Painting with our finger right now. It's your call, but 100,000 is a lot. Okay, I'll take it into consideration. Is there a reason I reached it so far? There is a reason only I reached it so far. Oh yeah, because yeah, it would take a while, wouldn't it? What means silly? Like childlike funny? Mana? Silly is kind of like childlike humor. Just for the sake of being funny. Goofy is another word. What do I normally paint with? A paintbrush, but I am using my finger right now. Major Shake looked up Bristow, which is the Oklahoma home of the Purple Pirates, who are ever searching on their pretty pirate ship for the Purple People Eater. Flying Purple People Eater. Who knows that song? You think people should retain their childlike humor? I think so too, Mufudu. Purple People Eater. One-eyed, one-horned, flying Purple People Eater. Sure looks strange to me. One eye? Yes, really, he has one eye. Just one. He doesn't need any more than that one eye. You had to restart the stream for some reason? I haven't got any errors, Major. I've got zero errors. I'm gonna move my teacup because I feel like there's a high potential for me to drip acrylic paint into my very nice teacup, and I'd rather not do that. So I'm gonna move my teacup on the bed so my room looks absolutely like a hot mess now. Because that one thing, that one item is out of place. Do you like that song? Do you, Creed? That's an old one. It may have just been your internet. Third Eye Blind is a bad band. You think so, Voodoo? Why? Oh, that hurt. Why? Why? Why did that hurt so much? We don't know. They're not actually that impressive. She's upset. Tell her why. Because they won't open their third eye. Oh my gosh. They flat out refuse. They refuse. They refuse their divine gifts. The stream is about divine gifts today. The stream title is about divine gifts, and they refuse, which is why they're a terrible band. Everyone is very silly today. I'm okay with this though. I like it. I mean, Kryptonite was the only decent thing about them that you remember. Oh, the Kryptonite song? I remember the Kryptonite. Maybe some hardcore fans would be able to find other songs, but I'm not prone to. I'm not good with names of bands and the names of their songs, and I've never been good at stuff like that. So, yeah, it's never been my forte. I'm just using a little bit of this paper towel to kind of brush things down. And then I think I'll go back to using my finger. Just wanted to get some nice kind of soft lines. So I have made some progress with our purple by lightening the purple a bit. So you can see it a bit better through here and here. And down through here. So it's about small adjustments with our purple. I do really like, you can get some really nice soft transitions with using your finger. Especially with acrylic. I don't know, it's just kind of fun. It's just kind of fun. You're terrible with names in general? Really? You remember 3T? What's 3T? Oh, 3 Doors Down, you mean? 3T were 3 cousins of Michael Jackson. Were they? Great. Interesting. You know Pink Floyd and some other foreign music, Mavudu? Major Shake is thinking of, never mind, they have a song that has it in the lyrics. You're gonna search for it? Okay, good luck. Good luck with the Google, appeasing the Google god. I'm thinking of Five for Fighting. They had a song called Superman. Oh. Oh, they did kind of, those two kind of sound similar, don't they? Those do kind of sound similar. I could see mixing those, like, interchangeable. Five for Fighting, that sounds familiar too. In the UK, there was a band called Motivate. Nice. They were in Smallville. Were they really? You like working clay with your fingers, Mabuda? I feel like there's a nice, natural feel to creating when you do that. Maybe you would agree. Like, it feels natural. Feels nice and natural. Nice and natural. Sorry, I'm like really focused on this section. Because the thicker the acrylic paint, the quicker it dries because there's not as much water. And so I have to really make sure I'm golden with how the paint is laying before I can stop what I'm doing. Like, I don't have minutes to work with the paint like I would normally have with a watercolor. I have seconds, so I have seconds. Did the kitty stretch? Ah. I bet you know the Five for Fighting song. I'm sure I probably do. I just can't think of it right now. Maybe there could be some green glance and glare. There is. I just haven't finalized it yet. Here. It's right here. Oh, sorry. There's green glare here. I just need to define the shape here and color here in the UFO better for this to stand out. But it is there. Like a flare, like a lens flare kind of thing. I was thinking like lens flare. But it's not even close to done. It's just there for intention's sake right now. So I don't forget. You're not fully convinced by the idea, Mana? Well, I already put it on there. So maybe you should be convinced by the idea. Because I have placed it in there. filter is showing the colors quite different. Is it? Oh no. That's alright. That's what happens. That's what happens. It's always hard. It's kind of tricky. Color with monitors is very tricky. Color in general with technology is kind of tricky because you have to take into consideration like what the camera is capable of capturing color-wise, plus take into consideration the lighting source, right? So the lighting already in here alters the color and how it's being seen. The camera is also doing it, right, because it has to translate what it's seeing. But your monitors are also doing it. So your monitors is receiving the color from the light and how it's different, plus the camera's translation of that same thing. And then your monitor has to translate it into your monitor settings. So it's very hard. It's very hard. It's got a lot to do. Yeah, what color are my eyes? My eyes are actually, so like the camera will show them quite dark blue, but they're actually kind of a bluish gray. They're actually quite light, but the camera, like as I'm looking here on the stream, they actually look very dark blue, but they're actually light. But it depends, sometimes they get dark. They're like a blue-gray. A bluish gray. But most cameras will turn them into blue because they have a hard time telling the difference. They're like, oh, it's just blue. No, 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 no. No. Let's go back to black and white. Why? I like color. Black and white, where everything could be controlled by our own imagination. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. All be controlled by our own imagination. We created the world of color in our own way. Ooh, that's kind of magical in itself. That's kind of magical in itself, isn't it? I'm just going to make some edges here. This is coming along very nicely. We are almost done though. We'll have to find somebody we want to raid, because it is getting to be 6 o'clock. It actually just turned 6 o'clock. You've only met 2 girls with golden eyes? Golden eyes? Like a hazel, but more golden? More like more light brown? You have a little gold in your eye color. Aw, that's so nice. Creed. Aw. Says anytime you look into a girl's eyes, it's gold. The owl's hoot made your dog bark. Is your dog ready to hunt? Who's our raid options today? I'm gonna see who's live. Oh, we should raid Brittany. Oh, birthday stream. It's Sin's birthday. We have to go raid Sin. I want to raid Brittany, but it's Sin's birthday. We have to go raid Sin. We gotta go say hi to Sin and happy birthday. I don't know what she's doing, but I don't care. And then I'm gonna hang out with Miss Sin. Miss underscore Sin. Oh, she's got a, she looks so cute. Did she dye her hair or is that a wig? I'm not sure. We're gonna raid Sin. It's her birthday. We can say happy birthday, Sin. We love and appreciate you. Hope you have a wonderful birthday. It looks like she might be just chatting, just enjoying her birthday for the moment. So that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, we'll totally surprise her, say happy birthday. I think she'll appreciate it. She will. I know she'll appreciate it. Yeah. I appreciate you guys. So share your hearts when you get over there. I do appreciate all of you very, very much. We will be live tomorrow evening. I will continue to paint on my own time. I'll update you guys with anything that happens, but we should be good. Thank you for the long stream today, hanging out, chilling. I appreciate you. Let's go share some love with Sin, and I'll catch you guys up at another time tomorrow. Have a nice night. Say happy birthday. Remember, happy birthday, Raid. Bye, guys.